Dr. Champika Lianagamage will be chairing this session today. She is a senior lecturer attached to the Department of Accounting and Finance of the Faculty of Management Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka. She completed her PhD at the University of Colombo. She is a committed teacher and a researcher, particularly in the diverse disciplines of banking, corporate finance, project management and economics. She has published more than 40 articles and papers in peer-reviewed local as well as international journals. Also has authored 5 books and book chapters. Dr. Champika Lianagamage, it's over to you to continue with the research sessions. Thank you.
Can you hear Dr. Champika?
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry. I had a small connection issue with my other device. So luckily I have plugged with another device here.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll start the session.
Yes.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Sapupatanage. You know that with the global pandemic that we are experiencing today, I'm sorry, I'd like to move different areas. Yes, you know, with the global pandemic that we are facing today, organizations, business organizations, as well as government organizations, including the governments of countries, are facing many difficulties in decision-making process. So the research in management is very important. With the new findings in scientific knowledge is very important to support this decision-making process. So, so I think today this session we have very interesting topics in management. So we are going to start the 5th session of ours 2021. So with that small outset, I would like to start the session since we are a little behind the schedule. So let me brief few information about the session. Each presentation is allocated with 15 minutes, followed by a Q&A session. A pre-recorded presentation will be played, and at the end of the session, and at the end of the recorded presentation, the presenters are invited to switch on their video cameras and participate for the Q&A session. So please mute your microphones during the presentations. Yes, we'll first move into the first presenter. Yes. Yes, the first presentation is on the impact of key success factors of ERP implementation on employee adaptability, a case of reputed construction firm in Sri Lanka. The presenters are EMDS Ekanayaka and WAM Neranga. So it's over to you. So we'll listen to the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Danidhu Ekanayaka. My research topic is the impact of key success factors of ERP implementation on employee adaptability. This is a case study of one of the reputed construction firms in Sri Lanka. Modern organizations rely heavily on complex information systems like ERP systems, that is to gain competitive advantage in the industry. However, employee adaptability plays a vital role as it will directly impact the success of ERP implementation of the organization and to gain sustainable competitive advantage. Based on the previous research on ERP implementation and employee adaptability, there are only few research that have carried out on construction industry. Therefore, I have identified this as a literature gap. Talking about the case company, ABC is one of the pioneer construction companies in construction industry in Sri Lanka. It has completed more than 400 projects and currently there are more than 70 ongoing projects. In 2015, company has invested in Tier 1 ERP software, and this is the first time that they introduce a ERP software for the company. Earlier, they were used in manual work processes. Based on this understanding, I have developed my problem statement, which is how ERP implementation affect on employee adaptability in ABC company. Usually, the employees of the ABC company have used to work with their manual work practices, and they are actually resistant to work with the newly implemented ERP software. As you can see on the screen, the overtime percentage has dramatically gone up from 2015 to 2020, even though the company has implemented the ERP software. This actually has not fulfilled the organization objective on reducing overtime and also the increasing effectiveness of the employees. Moving on to the next figure, we can see that in some of the key departments in ABC company like procurement, monitoring and controlling and finance departments, the number of employees has been increased from 2015 to 2020. And also when it comes to paper usage of the company has not been achieved their targeted outcomes. With this background, I have derived my research question and research objectives of this study. I have identified 3 research objectives for this study. The first one is to identify key success factors affecting on successful ERP implementation, then to investigate the impact of key success factors, and finally to identify the leading factors of ERP implementation affecting on employee ability. Talking about my literature review, I have constructed my literature review based on few key concepts, and namely they are ERP implementation, system flexibility, excellent project management, clear objective, employee training, top management support, and finally employee adaptability. I have constructed this literature review based on previous researchers article published. Based on my literature review, I have constructed my conceptual framework where I have identified 5 independent variables, and my dependent variable is employee adaptability. The independent variables are system flexibility, excellent project management, clear objective, employee training, top management supports. To support that, I have developed 5 hypotheses. As you can see on the screen, these are my hypotheses. Based on my conceptual framework, I have developed my operationalization table. All these measurements I have taken from well-established measurement scales developed by previous researchers. When developing my questionnaire, I have used 35 questions and also 5 demographical questions. Talking about the research design of my study, I have used positivistic research strategy, and my research method is quantitative method, and time horizontal is cross-sectional time horizontal. Unit of analysis focusing on all ERP users in head office, sites and plants, and data collection method was self-administrated questionnaire. I used 40 questions, and data analysis was done using data screening and then multiple regression analysis. Sample strategy was convenience in sample strategy. My top population of the study was 305 and the sample size was 170. From the data gathered, first I check the reliability of my data. As you can see on the screen, I have checked the Conbish alpha of all these 6 variables. It has gone more than 0.7% and it is a reliable level. It is at an acceptable level. In addition to that, I checked the screwness and kurtosis to check the reliability of my data. As you can see, my screwness and kurtosis figures are at an acceptable level. Then I did the data normality to check the normality of the data. On to the next page, I also did a correlation and linearity to check the relationship between independent and dependent variables. Then when it comes to data analysis, I use multiple regression analysis to analyze the data. As you can see on this screen, and as you can see on the model summary, my R-square value is 0.202 and the adjusted R-square value is 0.178 with the significant value from ANOVA table is 0.000, and it says the entire model is significant with independent and dependent variables. Moving on to the hypothesis testing, I have used regression analysis to test my hypotheses. As you can see, hypothesis T, which is clear objectives and top management support, hypothesis 5 has supported the present study. Based on the research data, I have come to a conclusion that even though previous studies has proven that system flexibility, excellent project management, clear objectives, employee adaptability, employee training, and top management support affect the employee adaptability towards ERP implementation, but in the case of ABC company, it is actually clear objectives and top management support has a significant impact, and also the ABC company must more the ABC company must put more focus on their vision towards ERP implementation, as well as they must provide enough and more support from the top management side to achieve the success in ERP implementation. Moving on to the recommendation, I would suggest that ABC company must have an internal work study to identify work processes and also an effective transformational plan from manual work practices to ERP system. And also they must encourage their employees educate and make them aware about the system automations. Also from the from the top management side, the top management must create a more flexible and resource-oriented culture which leads to employee motivation, and they must engage and participate in employees in ERP implementation and the related activities. Then only the employee will have some confidence to use the system. And finally, the senior management must act as a role model for the employees. Very much.
Thank you for the presentation. The presenters were E.M. Diyajakanayake and W.A.M. Niranga. Are the presenters here? Now it's time for the Q&A session. The presenters, if you are with us today, could you please switch on your video camera and join with us for the Q&A session? E.M. Diyajakanayake and W.A.M. Niranga. Yes, I think both presenters are not here today. So, so I think we cannot create a meaningful discussion without the presenters here. So then the panel, shall we move to the next presentation then? Dr. Saminder?
Yes, we can do that.
Yes. The next presentation is on impact of training and development on performance of executive level employees in licensed special banks. Employees' perspective with special reference to ABC Bank PLC head office. The authors are ADDH Athapattu and DK Sevwande. So we'll first listen to the recorded presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Hansani Athapattu, graduate of the Open University of Sri Lanka, and now I'm here to present my article, The Impact of Training and Development on Employee Performance of Executive Level Employees in Licensed Special Banks from the employee perspective with special reference to ABC Bank PLC head office. Now we will look into the presentation outline. Organizations in the current global environment need to strategically use their resources, including human resources, to gain a competitive advantage in the market. The success and sustainability of the organization often depend on its employees' performance, and training and development are an attempt to improve such employees' performance. For this study, I have taken ABC Bank PLC, which is a licensed special bank in Sri Lanka. This diagram shows that the annual profit of the bank is dropping down from the year 2017 to 2019. In the service industry, profit shows a direct relationship with employee performance because when they are dealing with customers, the quality of the service will decide the profits of the organization. In the preliminary discussion with the management told that they are not happy about the performance of the employees. The performance evaluation sheets depicted that during the last 4 years, employees were not able to achieve their planned KPIs. Management has identified that there is a performance gap and it is the reason for the profit coming down. In the Human Capital Index, the investment for training and development is very less and in the recent year 2019 it was decreased by 29%. When going through the training hours per employee, there is a continuous reduction from 2016 to 2019, which indicates that the management has not much focused on training and development. There is a gap, there's a research gap, though there are many studies conducted to find out the impact of training and development on employee performance. They are done by comparing the performance levels through organizational data. But in this, we focus on the perspective of employees towards the impact of training and development on employee performance. Though there are very limited number of previous researchers related to this study, I have found out extant literature which supports the study. The dependent variable employee performance and the independent variables identification of training needs, selection of trainees, training content and delivery approaches. The conceptual framework in this study is built on previous empirical research on training and development on employee performance. The hypotheses were built up to find the significant positive impact of the three independent variables on employee performance, the dependent variable of executive level employees in ABC Bank PLC. This is the research design which I have used for the study. It is based on the research onion model which was developed by Sanders. The philosophy was positivism, deductive, and it was done in deductive approach. Survey, questionnaire, close-ended questions, and monomethodology. It was a quantitative study. Time horizon was cross-sectional, and I have collected both primary and secondary data, and the total population was 154 executive level employees at the head office, and out of that I have taken 110 executive level employees as a sample size through Morgan table, and the sample strategy I have used was stratified random sampling. As the stratas I have taken the departments. This is the operationalization table. It shows the main sources are Malay, Abdallah and Mohammed 2015 and Vikramasinghe and Nizaf 2013. These are the indicators I have developed for the variables, and this is used in the questionnaire to gather data. Now we will look into the results of the study. This is the demographic profile of the sample, which shows the majority of the respondents are male and 58.2% of the sample was between 21 to 30 years of age, and the majority of the sample were unmarried, and a vast majority of the respondents have worked in the bank for 3 to 5 years, which is 45.5%, and 53% of the respondents are bachelor's degree holders. The validity of the survey questionnaire was examined by industrial and academic expertise, and to assess the reliability of the questionnaire, Cronbach alpha test was used. The results of the reliability analysis of all constructs are higher than 0.7, which depicts that the study is reliable and the questionnaire is acceptable. In the correlation analysis, all the three variables show a strong positive relationship, and out of that, training, content and delivery approaches depicts the strongest relationship on employee performance, since it's having the highest R value of 0.766. Now we will look into the multiple regression analysis. In the model summary table, you can clearly see that the adjusted R-square shows a 66.5% of variation in the outcome variable employee performance is explained by the predictors, dependent variables, identification of training needs, selection of trainees, and training contents and delivery approaches. In the Bank ABC PLC, the executive employees at head office experience that identification of training needs, selection of trainees, and training content and delivery approaches have an impact on employee job performance to a greater extent. And according to the F value, the overall model is accepted as a good fit for the data. And in the regression coefficient table, you can clearly see all three dependent variables, identification of training needs, selection of trainees, and training content and delivery approaches were significant at the level of 0.000 and 0.007, which depicts that all three variables are having an impact on employee performance. And out of that, training content and delivery approaches shows a greater impact on employee performance since it is having the highest beta coefficient of 0.352. Now we will look into the hypothesis validation. All three hypotheses are being accepted according to the findings of the study. And based on the findings, improving the current training process can overcome many drawbacks in the bank. It has been observed that management should adequately motivate their trainees, especially when the training is in progress and thereafter. The recommendations for ABC PLC is the company needs to be adjusted with the globalization, and they need to systematically identify what are the requirements, what are the accurate requirements for the training, and they need to make the objectives according to the requirements. And also they need to develop specific training techniques and identify different training methods for employees, which would be very productive. And they have to perform individual assessments and after that measure the performance of these individuals to determine what are the strengths and weaknesses. And also they need to create an infrastructure of learning with the current trending methods. And they need to research and find out the techniques and methods used by similar organizations. This may mean a lot of current policies which will be implementing with the new technology. And also they need to determine the required skills and knowledge with a workplace profile in order to ensure the clarity in the training process. And also examine interviews and current training materials thoroughly to point out the existing training resources, weaknesses, performance gaps, and strengths. It is evident that training and development are really needed in all companies and that employees should undergo various training programs every year since it gives them better performance on the job, motivation, helps in choosing a career path, efficiency, the effectiveness, improvements in leadership and decision making by making fewer mistakes.
That is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. That is one of the most interesting and important topic interesting and very important topic that is very relevant to the present context, since most of the organizations are facing a lot of human resource related problems with the pandemic while we are working from home. So their training and development, of course, matter a lot. So are the presenters here with us today, Ms. Atapattu and Ms. D.K. Sewandi?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Very good morning to Ms. Hansi. The panel, so the members, the participants, if you have any question, so you can ask now, so we can create the discussion. Yes, no questions. So it's a very interesting topic anyway, because as I explained earlier, that is because now these days we are facing a lot of problems with human resource management. I have a small question, Hansi. So give me 1 second. This technology is disturbing me a lot today. I don't know what is the reason. Give me 1 minute. Yes, I think now it's clear. Yeah, okay. Actually, please mute your microphones at this. I have a small question, Hansi. Now, according to your conceptual framework, you have identified 3 independent variables. That is the training need, the training content and delivery mode, and the what is the next one? I forgot it. The
Selection of trains.
Selection of trains, right? Now, from among these 3 variables, your findings showed that training content and the delivery is the most significant variable that affect performance. Since this is especially in banks, so how you can explain this scenario with the present context now, since you are working from I think your study has been done after the pandemic, right? During this pandemic, I guess.
Yeah,
during the pandemic.
During this pandemic.
So how you can explain that the finding, and how you can compare that finding with the previous findings, whether that with the previous findings in the similar context, that is in the banking sector, shows the same the similar findings, or that other researchers show the similar findings, or your finding is different than them?
Actually, madam, our research findings are similar than the previous research findings, because the training content and the delivery approach. Today, most of the organizations are doing training programs, especially banks, especially the banks. They are doing the training program, but it's not that efficient, because they won't do the training that is needed by the employees. They are just doing the training which will be okay for all the employees. They don't categorize them according to their performance or the job that they are doing. They are just doing the program as a common thing for all. So it won't be a benefit, or it won't help them to increase their performance.
Yes, I think you are trying to explain that identifying the training need is also one of the most important factor, as correctly identified in your study.
Yeah,
so,
and after that also, they are just the content of the program wouldn't help the employees to increase their performance.
So at the moment, you are saying that the organization or that particular bank is not trying to identify the training need. So even though that is one of the most important thing, so to identify the training need beforehand, right? So since there are a lot of different categories of employees are involved in the banking sector, so I think, as you suggested, that is really true. Any other question from the participants? you might have a lot of other questions now, since you know that even though that the pandemic, during the pandemic situation and during this work from home, see, during all these situations, banks played a vital role, right? So that those employees were really hard workers. Even during the pandemic, most of the other employees are experiencing a leisure period during the at the beginning of the pandemic situation period, but they were really busy with their activities, right? Their working schedules. Any other question? Right. It seems that there are no other questions. So your presentation was very clear. Thank you. Then Hansi, right? Am I correct? Yes, Hansi and Sewanti for the wonderful presentation that you did. Okay, then we'll go to the next presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, we have the next presentation on the determinants of successful knowledge management in software development industry in Sri Lanka. The presenters are Sachini Priyangika and Renuka Pereira. So we'll first listen to the recording.
My name is Sachini Priyangika, and together with Dr. Renuka Pereira, I am going to present our study on determinants of successful knowledge management in software development industry in Sri Lanka. Software development industry is a knowledge-driven field which is highly depending on the expert knowledge of its employees to deliver quality software products to gain more customer satisfaction. Hence, for a software company, the most important asset is considered as the expert knowledge of its employees, which is also known as intellectual capital of the company. Unlike other assets, intellectual capital is highly volatile and tacit. It remains inside an individual and difficult to extract. Intellectual capital of a company will not remain at the same level all the time due to employee turnover. Therefore, it is important to invest in a mechanism to sustain the level of competency which is required for the success of software projects. This is where the knowledge management comes into play. Objective of this study is to identify success factors of an effective knowledge management which is applicable in software development industry. This study has been taken place based on a reputed global software company which has a Sri Lankan presence as well. To identify the research problem, what the Agile software methodology is. In Agile, unlike in traditional waterfall methodology, a product is delivered in small workable pieces during a short period of time. The product owner gets all the customer requirements and identify the most critical items that need to be delivered first. Then the development teams will start working on those prioritized items and they need to complete their work within 2 to 4 weeks of time, which is also known as a sprint. At the end of the sprint, a shippable product will be delivered to customer. Then in the next sprint, they will start working on the next most prioritized item. Since Agile methodology requires teams to work in small deliverables in a short period of time, developers are under constant stress to deliver within the sprint. They often find it hard to do any documentation of their work during the tight timeline. Therefore, there will be no proper mechanism to manage internal knowledge other than informal discussions and personal note-taking. When experienced people leave the organization, it will make a huge impact for the success of critical projects. It will affect the quality of the software and ultimately affect profitability of the company. Without proper documentation and knowledge management in place, there will be a lot of rework and it will take up a lot of development time. So the solution for this problem is to share the existing knowledge and skills of the employees in a productive manner throughout the organization. Therefore, it is important to identify factors which lead to an effective knowledge management system. Many studies have been carried out in the field of knowledge management in different contexts, including software development. Knowledge management is defined as use of information and communication technology to manage the work of employees to achieve a sustainable source of advantages. 4 different activities related to knowledge management have been identified by former studies. Also, past scholars have identified several success factors for an effective knowledge management in different contexts. Out of them, this study recognized leadership, organizational culture, technology, and knowledge management measurements as independent variables, and effective knowledge management as dependent variable. Dimensions for each variable are also adapted from previous work. This is the conceptual model of the study with independent and dependent variables and its dimensions identified from past literature. Both alternative and null hypotheses were defined with relevance to the relationship between each independent and dependent variable. In terms of research design, this study followed a deductive approach where the hypotheses were developed based on existing theories and research is designed to test these hypotheses. As a quantitative study, responses were collected through an online questionnaire and the research was carried out in specific time frame. Total population for the study is 510, which is the number of employees in product development department of the organization. Sample selection done through random sampling method and the sample size was calculated Morgan table. First, a pilot test was carried out with 27 responses. Cronbach alpha value came out as 0.836, which is above the acceptable value of 0.7. This showed that the validity and reliability of the questionnaire was high and data gathering can be proceeded. KMO value was 0.814, which indicated that the sampling was adequate. Only Cronbach alpha and KMO values were calculated for the pilot test. For the post-analysis, the total number of responses collected was 163. The new values for Cronbach alpha is 0.806 and KMO was 0.740. Both were again above acceptable level. In correlation analysis, it was noted that all independent variables are positively correlated with a dependent variable with values of over 0.3. The Durbin-Watson value in regression analysis was 2.046, which is closer to 2. This denotes that no autocorrelation spotted in the sample. R-square value is equal to 0.887, which indicated that 88.7% of the variation in effective knowledge management can be explained by leadership, culture, technology, and knowledge management measurements. In coefficient table, leadership, culture, and technology recorded a p-value less than 0.05, which means that they are significant predictors for effective knowledge management. But for knowledge management measurements, the p-value was 0.453, which is greater than 0.05. Hence, it was not identified as a significant predictor for effective knowledge management. Based on the data analysis, alternative hypotheses for leadership, technology, and culture were accepted, and null hypothesis for the knowledge management measurement was accepted. According to the interpretation of the data analysis results, this is the final model of the study. Based on analysis results, this study supports several findings from previous literature. Even though knowledge management measurements was identified as an enabler for successful knowledge management by past scholars, this study argues that it doesn't make a significant impact on knowledge management. So in conclusion, this study statistically proves that out of all four variables, only leadership, organizational culture, and technology are significant in building an effective knowledge management system, while knowledge management measurements is insignificant. Therefore, relevant strategic decisions need to be taken considering leadership styles, culture, and technology infrastructure to promote effective knowledge management within the organization. It is recommended to make changes to organizational culture by introducing new job roles related to knowledge management and embed knowledge management activities into day-to-day job roles. Employees should be allocated with a dedicated time to carry out knowledge management activities. Senior leadership should make sure employees are equipped with relevant resources and opportunities to share knowledge. A standardized reward system should be introduced for those who are actively engaged in knowledge management activities, and senior management must actively participate in the process of evangelization to ensure these programs are designed and executed correctly. An enterprise knowledge portal should be established within the organization to act as a central platform for information sharing and communication to be used by both internal and external parties such as employees, customers, and partners. It should include components such as content management systems, search engines, decision support systems, and AI tools. Data warehousing and data mining can be integrated with the knowledge portal to provide a seamless flow of communication and collaboration. That is the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presenters, Ms. Sachini Priyangika and Renuka Pera. Yes, Sachini is with us today. Yes, participants, if you have any question, you can ask and we can create a very interesting discussion. It's a very interesting topic once again, determinants of successful knowledge management in software development industry. So this is one of the very growing industry in Sri Lanka as well as the world software industry. Any questions? Yes. Okay, Sachini, I have a small question, right? Now, you said that in your presentation, so your findings that you have taken leadership, organization culture, and technology as independent variables, right? So in your study, at the end of your presentation, you said that your findings are somewhat different than the previous findings. So in what context that is different and according to your understanding of the knowledge area? So how you can explain that difference? Is my question clear, Sachini?
Yes, madam. So, yes.
Sachini, your voice is breaking. It's not very clear to us.
So, as independent variables.
Sachini, I think
apart from.
I think it's not only for me, participants. Could you please tell me whether you can clearly hear Sachini's voice?
And technology. We have also identified knowledge management measurements as independent variables from this. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now
Hello?
we can. Sachini, I actually wanted you to switch off your video. And
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Sachini, could you please explain it again?
Can you hear me now, madam? Am I audible now?
Yes, now it is. You are audible now. Sachini, can you please explain once again what you explained, because we couldn't hear you properly?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, madam. Can you come again?
Yes, actually, Sachini, we couldn't hear you properly because of this signaling issue. Could you please repeat the answer?
Yes. So as I was saying, apart from leadership, organizational culture, and technology, we have also identified knowledge management mission. It's really confusing.
Yes, Sachini. Now we can, yeah, because of this technological.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you can continue.
Yeah. So as I was saying, so yes, so this knowledge management measurement was the independent variable which we identified from previous literature which make an impact for the knowledge management system, but then at the end of our study we identified that it does not make a significant impact for the effectiveness of the knowledge management system. So how we came to this conclusion was that when doing the multiple regression analysis, we found out that the significant value was actually above the below the acceptable level of the in the multiple the significant value of the multiple regression analysis. So that's how we came to that conclusion. And does that answer your question, madam? Or?
Yes, that is enough, Sachini. And one more question, if the participant do not have any other questions. Yes, one more clarification, Sachini. Now, since this is that information
Yes.
system, that IT sector, so is there any special that
Yes.
you're finding special finding compared to other industries in previous researches? Any speciality in your findings?
Actually, not very. No, madam. I mean, I didn't find like any very special scenario or very special attribute which make an impact for the knowledge management systems, because in Sri Lankan context there are like various studies have been undergone in different contexts, such as in construction and all those contexts. So it's like somewhat similar to the findings that we have identified in our research as well. But the thing is, in our study, we have carried out the research in a way that we need to identify these factors which is really applicable for the agile methodology, agile software methodology that is practiced in Sri Lankan software organizations.
Great, Sachini. I think it's a very that wonderful presentation you made. So thank you very much for the presenters, Sachini Priyankika and Renuka Pereira, for your wonderful presentation. So with that, we'll move to the next presentation. Thank you very much. The next presenters are GK.TD Seneviratne and AAI Lakmali. On the topic, the determinants of consumer purchase intention towards organic rice in Sri Lanka. Once again, very timely topic, with special reference to Panadura city. So we'll listen to the recording first.
Have a good day for all. I'm GK.TD Seneviratne, a student of the Open University in Sri Lanka, going to present the research paper titled Determinants of Consumer Purchase Intention Towards Organic Rice in Sri Lanka. Introduction. Here, that past years, in all over the world, there has been a significant increase in organic foods. Actually, recent years in Sri Lanka, there has been a significant increase in health problems such as kidney diseases and cancers. So scientists started to seek the reason for that. As a result, they found that foods which people consume are not good for their health. After that, people tried to find that what foods are good to eat. Then organic foods came to the context with more confidence. because organic means free from synthetic or artificial pesticides and fertilizers. In Sri Lanka, rice is the staple food, though organic rice cultivation is still in infant stage. There is a visibility of the organic rice market in some places. Therefore, this study aims to examine the determinants of consumer purchase intention towards organic rice with special reference to Panadura city. Then here you can see the research objective and research question. Determinants of purchase intention towards organic rice is very difficult to understand because of some major problems identified with past research are lack of awareness, sufficient knowledge about organic food, lack of availability and limited range of products and high price. In Sri Lanka, organic rice has a higher price. On average, the price of a 1 kilogram packet will be between 300 rupees to 500 rupees. So middle income and low income families cannot afford high price of organic rice. Hence my research question is, what are the determinants of consumer purchase intention towards organic rice? Moving to literature review, health consciousness was sourced from Isabella et al. Price was sourced from Pomsanam et al. Sensory attributes sourced from Steptoe et al. Consumer awareness sourced from Pomsanam et al. And Isabella et al. Purchase intention was sourced from Chitturan et al. And Carvalho et al. Then move into the research methodology. This study adopted a quantitative approach based on a structured questionnaire survey design. We collected data from the 115 residents of Panadura area using convenience sampling technique. In conceptual framework, health consciousness, price, sensory attributes, consumer awareness as independent variables and purchase intention as dependent variable. You can see the questions that we used under the variables. Then move into the hypothesis. We used 4 hypotheses. First one is there is a significant impact of health consciousness on purchase intention of organic rice. Second one is there is a significant impact of price on purchase intention of organic rice. Third one is there is a significant impact of sensory attributes on purchase intention of organic rice. Fourth one is there is a significant impact of consumer awareness on purchase intention of organic rice. Then data analysis. In this research, health consciousness, price and sensory attributes have passed 0.7 Conbrach alpha acceptable level, but consumer awareness and purchase intention have passed the 0.6 value. According to Ulchasi et al. Has shown that 0.6 to 0.7 indicates an acceptable level of reliability. Here, regression analysis was used to determine the significance of variables. Only health consciousness has passed the significance level. It got 0.013. Therefore, only health consciousness support to consumer purchase intention towards organic rice in Sri Lanka. But sensory attributes has not significance with marginally. It got 0.056. Most important thing is price was not significant, but its beta coefficient is negative. Beta coefficient is the degree of change in the outcome variable for every 1 unit of change in the predictor variable. So the beta coefficient is negative. The interpretation is that for every 1 unit increase in the predictor variable, the outcome variable will decrease by the beta coefficient value. Then to the conclusion. Some previous research studies have also agreed with this study result. Sagata and Fotopoulos with health consciousness, Bongani Sagata with price, Christina with sensory attributes, Rushi and Kasida with consumer awareness. Moving to recommendation. There is a need of promoting of organic rice among consumers. They should have good awareness about that what mean organic, how important of organic rice, benefits of using organic rice. And also there should be mechanism for promoting organic rice production and selling it to the limitation. This research has limited for only 4 determinants of purchase intention of organic rice, and respondents' behavior, body language, feelings were not considered. And this study was only limited to Panadura city. So there has a space to expand the scope of this topic and the references. Thank you for
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So I'm like a chameleon, like all time to time have to change the colors. So I'm sorry, I had to switch off my video camera since because of the low bandwidth. The presenters, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. It's a very timely topic as most of you are now, we have very big concerns about our health these days, especially with the increase of junk food, increase of the consumption of junk food. Many people are facing a lot of health issues. So in that scenario, creating the good habit of consuming these healthy products is it's very important. Yes, any question, any clarification from the authors? From the audience, no questions, as usual. Are the presenters here with us today? Could you please switch on your video camera and join with us for the Q&A session? Are the presenters here? Could you please unmute yourself? Yes, yes, we are here.
Yes, madam, we are
there. Right, okay, yes. Right, I have a small concern. Now, in your study, you have tested 4 variables to see the purchase intention, effect of these variables on the purchase intention of organic rice. Right. Finally, you have ended up with the finding that health consciousness is the only variable that significantly influence on this purchase intention. According to your analysis, according to your findings, price is not a big concern, right, for the consumers. How you can explain that? Because now you know that when you said that organic rice, the price is also compared to normal rice, it's a little high. So it is not affordable to the majority, right? Yes. So how you can explain this impact on this purchase intention?
Tilini, are you explaining? May I?
Okay, yeah, any of you.
You go ahead, then I will. It's like this, madam. So in this sample that we have done this study in the Panadura city area, and according to the sample that we have used the convenience sampling, and according to this sample that we see that the price is not that has a kind of negative relationship with the this purchase intention of this rice, organic rice. And other thing is the awareness also little bit that not positive. That means that we think that people are aware about the organic products and things, but people awareness and people have doubt about that. This is not a, it is a quantitative way we have done, but when we have discussed with the consumers, it's like that people have doubt about whether these products are organic actually. So that's why that we got only health conscious, that many people who are with the problems of diabetic and that the health issues and aware of those things consume this kind of products. So that it implies that even though we speak about this organic consumption and the style of organic consumption, because of the affordability, lack of awareness, and that the people have doubts about the products, whether they are this organic or not, and the fertilizers used especially for these products, whether actually they are organic fertilizers, that doubt is also there. So because of that, we have got this kind of finding. Thank you, madam.
Okay, I think we got a very clear answer. So they are suggesting that even though price is high, so if the consumers are very conscious about the health issues, so they will definitely go to purchase this organic rice. Right. I think with that, so since we are a little behind the time schedule, so I get some messages also in the chat saying that we will have to complete the session. Thank you very much for the presenters for your presentation. It's you have come up with very insightful information about the consumer purchasing intention in this product. So thank you very much. So with that, we'll move to the next presentation. The next presenters are S.N. Karunatilaka and M.J. Renuka Pereira. The topic is the determinants of consumer satisfaction in tourism industry in Sri Lanka. So we'll first listen to the recording. Dr. Saminda, are we playing the recording?
Yes, madam. 1 minute.
Let me introduce myself. I am Sachini Karunatilaka from International College of Business Studies. My research topic is determinants of customer satisfaction in tourism industry in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is one of the remarkable destinations to attract the foreigners. The tourism industry is most important sector that contribute to the country economy. This industry improvement depends on the improvement of the hotel industry. But after COVID-19 pandemic, the industry faced huge negative impacts. Tourist satisfaction is main thing that want to consider to attract the tourism again, and rebuild the industry. Therefore, need to search new methods and variables that attract the travelers by increase their satisfaction. This study is aimed to identify the influences of satisfaction of tourists and given special reference to Ceylon Hotel Corporation. With the symptoms of the problem, with the evidence, I can justify and define the research problem is measuring the impact of factors of the increased customer satisfaction of hotel industry in pandemic period of COVID-19. Here you can see research question as does brand image, quality of hospitality, sales promotion and health safety have an impact to the customer satisfaction in tourism industry. And research objectives are examine the impact of variables to the customer satisfaction in tourism industry. Let's move to the next slide of literature review. With the in-depth review, the most best fit factors find out for the conceptual framework and consider about the reliability values and concepts. After consider about those researchers, the 4 variables are sought out for the study. When consider about the research conceptualization, 4 independent variables and 1 dependent variable for build operationalizational framework. Therefore, brand image, quality of hospitality, health safety, and sales promotions are independent variables. Customer satisfaction is dependent variable. And there are 4 hypotheses built up from those 4 variables and relationship of the independent and dependent variables measure from that. And 5 Likert scale questionnaire used for the data collection and operationalization table shows the question that flow up the questionnaire. Next, move on the methodology slide. The population was mainly based on the customers who arrived at the hotel belongs to Ceylon Hotel Corporation and 376 of sample size was determined through the population of 21,036 which was based on arrived average value of the last 6 months in year 2020. And the simple random sample method is used in the studied and hotel customers are the sample that used to collect respondents. When consider about the data analysis of the study, the analysis was done through the demographic profile and the statistical analysis. The pilot test result revealed that reliability test and validity test result were up to the standard. The correlation between independent and dependent variable was found as the significant positive. The Durbin-Watson value is 1.988 in its almost 2 and they run multiple regression. Further regression analysis revealed that brand image, quality of hospitality, health safety are that the supported things that in the multiple regression model. And conclusion of the study can be summarized as this. There are 3 variables of brand image, quality of hospitality, health safety factors are supported and sales promotion is not supported to the significant relationship. Finally, recommendation can be identified as this. The most important value of the study is health safety. Since customers are more concerned about the health safety than the other factors. Therefore, this is recommended to include the health safety procedures to the hotel contingency plan and increase the quality of hospitality using hotel human resource practices. A longitudinal study can be recommended to observe the snapshot of the existing situation and the remaining through the future research with the large sample. And research limitation and suggestions for the future results also can be pointed out like this. The sample size is not enough to the total population of the industry. And this research is based on selected hotel of Ceylon Hotel Corporation, but it can be applied to the another suitable industry. And research is based on COVID-19 pandemic, but it will be applicable and continue for the another same situation in future. Finally, I think you can get better idea about this research, and you can get an idea how much applicable this research to the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presenters for a very timely topic once again. So as we all, as a country, that we are facing a very big foreign exchange issue these days. So as a solution, so the government is considering whether we can develop the tourism industry to attract more foreign exchange to the country. So since we have a very big issue with dollar issue, yes, it's to the audience. If you have any questions, could you please raise your question? So
Yeah, I have a small question.
yes.
I'm Dr. Saminder.
Yes, Dr. Samin.
Yeah, how are you select the hotel types? It's any category above that one, or you randomly select those hotels? Or
No, I only select the hotels in Ceylon Hotel Corporation.
yeah, it's like a two star, 3-star, like that. No, any category based on that.
There are brand in Eco brand, so
Yeah.
there are 5 hotels in Eco brand. So I get those hotels through my research as details.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, any other question? There's a question in the chat. So please explain the sample composition of the study, inbound, outbound, or both? So
Both.
could you please explain that? Yeah, both.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then same question that I'm the one who has raised the question. I'm Ishara. So that how you have selected that, you said that it's based on random sampling. So that based on random sampling, that both how you have identified, because in the during the COVID pandemic, more are local customers, not the inbound tourists. So that could you please explain that how that you derived this sample?
Okay. Actually, limited foreign customers and higher local customers are in this sample, and I sent to the questionnaire through the hotel managers, and they select some customers who came to the hotel and give this questionnaire to field. Then their respondents are filled in this questionnaire, and I collect those answers to my analysis.
Is that answered, Ms. Lakmali?
Yes, then that I think that you can't use random, that the procedure you have done is, we can't say as the random. So I think just a suggestion, just when you are going for the further studies, just that concern on that, because that and the that when you are deriving the sample, that if it is going with the random, you have to go for the clusters. Then you can get more in depth about that what you search, and if it is that the non-random, you have to go for the quotas. Then that what you explain is more more generalizable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the questions and for the answers. So once again, I would have to say that thank you very much for the presenters because you have come up with new findings since this is a study has been done during this pandemic situation. So very accurate, the result has been come out, that is health safety procedures in hotel sector as the most important determinant of the customer satisfaction in the tourism industry. I think relevant authorities should consider that, take that into consideration when they are developing their promotional activities and they are developing their when they are promoting their tourism industry. Thank you very much for the presenters. I think we have come to the end of the session, so I'll try to switch on my video camera at the last minute at least. Hopefully it will work. Okay, right. Thank you for the presenters. Actually, we had 5 very interesting and very diverse disciplines in management. We had 5 very interesting topics, interesting presentations. So since we have another 3-4 minutes to wind up the session, I'll just brief the points of the presentations today. The first presentation was about the key success factors on employee adaptability. So the study established system stability, excellent project management, clear objective and employee training, and top management as the key success factors of ERP implementation. And they came up with that clear objectives and top management support are the most important factors that explain the ERP implementation. So even though we had some questions to raise, the presenters were not here today. But then the next presentation aims at identifying the impact of training and development on employee performance of a particular bank in Sri Lanka. So the main independent variables they have identified as the content of its training programs, that is the training identification of the training needs, selection of trainees, and training content as the independent variables. And so they found a strong positive relationship between all 3 independent variables to the dependent variable employee performance. So they suggest that they encourage bring attention of relevant authorities in this banking sector when they are developing future training programs. Then move to the third presentation, that was about the determinants of successful knowledge management in software development industry in Sri Lanka. Their conceptual framework consisted of effective management, a knowledge management system as a dependent variable, and leadership, organizational culture, technology, and knowledge management measurements as independent variables. Once again, so their research concluded that leadership, organization culture, and technological infrastructure of the company plays a major role in implementing successful knowledge management system. So they recommended that strategic decisions need to be taken based on those significant factors. Then fourth presentation, that was about that was aims to investigate the determinants of consumer purchase intention towards organic rice products in Panadura district, Panadura city. So they found out that health consciousness as the main variable that explains the purchase intention of organic rice. So the fifth presentation was on the main objective of the main objective of the fifth presentation was to explore the determinants of customer satisfaction in tourism industry. So the brand image, quality of hospitality, sales promotion, and health and safety were identified as the independent variables of the study. So they came up with a fresh finding that health and safety procedures are the most important determinant of customer satisfaction in tourism industry in these days. So we have only 1 more minute to complete our session. Once again, thank you very much for all the presenters and their wonderful presentations. And I think we ended up with a very good insight into new knowledge in management. So thank you very much for all the presenters, participants, as well as the host, my co-chairperson, and the team conveners and everybody. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, madam.
Dr. Chandani, Ranasinghe madam, can you hear me?
Yes, Aminda. Can hear you.
Yeah, Trikavala sir, Dr. Trikavala.
Shaminda,
Yes.
I'm not chairing the session, this session, because there was a change, right?
I'm
As
Mayanti
requested
here.
by the
Yes,
Professor Shyama.
Arugoda will be handling it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Arugoda will be chairing that one.
Yes,
This
if
session.
you can, I am Mayanti. If you can make me the co-host, then I can make the introduction.
Yes, Mayanti, 1 minute.
Right, thank you so much. We start at 11:15 or 11:30?
11:50.
Okay, fine. Right.
Ko Mayanti කොහෙද නම් කරේ?
අපි කොහොමද නතරත් යාර කරන්න පුළුවන්. මේක ඉඳලා තියෙනවා.
කරලා තියෙනවා. අර දාන්න එහා පැත්තේ. මේක දැනට ඕන කමක් නැහැ නේද? මෙතන මෙතන. නෑ මේක ඕනේ.
Good morning, everybody. Let me introduce Dr. Buddhika Arugoda as the chairperson of this session on agriculture. Dr. Arugoda graduated from the Faculty of Agriculture from the University of Peradeniya with an honors degree. She obtained her PhD from the South China Agricultural University. She joined the Open University as a senior lecturer in 2009. Her research interests are plant protection and biotechnology. Dr. Aruggoda, over to you.
Good morning. I think all of you can hear me. And thank you, Manthi, for introducing me for the session. I warmly welcome you all for the Hours 2020 under the theme Agriculture. So as the first session, we have 6 interesting presentations in dynamic areas for the first part of first session of the theme Agriculture. So before starting this presentation, I would like to remind you the allocated time for each of you. You will give 15 minutes, 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the questions and answers from the audience. As you already know, pre-recorded presentations will be played for each paper listed in the session plan. I kindly would like to request you to mute your microphones during the time when the recordings are played, and turn on video on your choice during the playing of the recording. And definitely you should turn on your video, the video camera as well as microphone to participate for the question and answers. So I would like to introduce the first presenter today, W.M. Jinadari from Mayamba University of Sri Lanka, and she will present the first paper on above ground carbon stock estimation of intermediate zone teak grown in Sri Lanka.
Hello everyone, I am Chinadari Vijayakon. I would like to share my research experience with you. Teak. As you all know, teak is a very valuable timber-bearing species in terms of its durability and workability. My research study based on the estimation of above ground carbon stock of teak stands in intermediate zone of Sri Lanka. First, move to the introduction. I categorize my introduction into 5 parts. As the first part, let's see the importance of carbon estimation. Carbon is a significant major element that supports life on Earth. Approximately 0.04% of carbon exists in the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. As you all know, carbon dioxide is also a greenhouse gas that increases its concentration rapidly. Due to that reason, it is important to estimate the amount of carbon to evaluate climate change mitigation potential. Now we all have an idea about why we need to estimate carbon. Let's see what is the importance of forest carbon estimation. Forests are the largest carbon pool on the Earth. It has the potential to form a dominant unit in the mitigation of global warming. Therefore, it is important to estimate the carbon stock of forests to evaluate the climate change mitigation potential by estimating the amount of carbon dioxide lost during deforestation or by estimating the amount of carbon that forests can store. Let's move to the third part. Why we need to estimate the amount of carbon in teak? Because in Sri Lanka, commercially planted forests are important to address timber and fuel wood production. Teak is the major forest plantation species in Sri Lanka, where approximately 3,000 cubic meters is harvested annually from state-owned plantations. Then, why I choose the intermediate zone? The reason for that is most of the teak plantations in Sri Lanka are mainly located in the dry zone. Even so, teak in the intermediate zone also plays a major role in the Sri Lankan market. But there is no much attention to the teak grown in intermediate zone compared to the dry zone. Therefore, the intermediate zone was selected. As the last part, let's see the importance of estimating carbon stock in different agroecological regions. Even though they are in same climatic zone, each agroecological region represents a uniform agroclimate, soils, and terrain conditions. Therefore, this study was focused to estimate the difference of carbon stock in teak plantations based on their respective agroecological region. Let's see what the objectives are. My general objective is to estimate the above ground carbon stock of teak stands in the intermediate zone of Sri Lanka. My specific objectives are to estimate the stem volume and above ground carbon by using allometric equations and to estimate the difference of above ground carbon stock based on their respective agroecological region. Let's move to the methodology. Among other areas, Kurunagalam is the major area in the intermediate zone having a majority of teak plantations. Therefore, Kurunagalam was selected as the study area. The study was carried out in 2 teak plantations in IL1 and IL3 that are located in the Kurunagalam district. The random sampling method was used for the data collection. From each plantation, 16 sampling plots were selected. ArcGIS was used to demarcate the locations. As you can see, the size of the sampling plot is 100 square meters. This was fixed according to the satellite image fixer size. Let's see how to do random sampling. As a first step, a map of each plantations partitioned into squares in a manner of each has 100 square meters in size. Then demarcate the locations randomly. As field data, DBH and total tree height of all trees in each sampling plot were collected. DBH tape was used to measure the DBH and the clinometer was used to measure the tree height. There are mainly 2 steps in the data processing part. As the first step, the stem volume of each tree was calculated by collected ground data. And the second one is by computed stem volume, estimate the above ground carbon. The stem volume of each tree was calculated by using this formula. The above ground carbon extent computed according to this formula. Biomass conversion and expansion factor was derived by using this formula. A 2-sample t-test was performed to verify the statistical comparison of above ground carbon stock and stem volume in different agroecological regions using Minitab. Mean values and standard deviations were calculated to verify the statistical significance of all parameters. Next, move to the results and discussion. According to this table, the mean DBH in IL3 was greater than the IL1, but the highest mean height was in IL1. The highest number of trees per hectare was shown in IL3 plantation. 5 classes were generated according to the DBH of the teak trees. The figure graphically represents the frequency of each class based on the plantation. DBH of any tree lower than 10 cm was not accounted. In both agroecological regions, the highest frequency is in the class which range from 21 to 30 cm and the lowest frequency was observed in the class greater than the 41 cm. In IL3, the majority of trees are distributed in the highest DBH ranges than the IL1. Results obtained from the t-test are summarized in this table. The mean above ground carbon per tree in IL1 was greater than the IL3. In both agroecological regions, above ground carbon were highly varying from one sampling point to another. There was no significant difference in mean stem volume per hectare between both plantations. However, the plantation in IL1 had a higher mean stem volume per tree compared to IL3 plantation. This figure shows the distribution of mean above ground carbon in different DBH classes. In both agroecological regions, the highest above ground carbon was observed in DBH range from 31 to 40 cm and the lowest is in class 10 to 20 cm. These are the limitations of my study. Carbon calculations will be more precise if the calculation is done for total biomass. Total biomass means the combination of above ground biomass and below ground biomass. As this figure shows, for below ground biomass calculations needs to take root depth. Therefore, it is not accounted. And also, calculations will be more accurate if the factors like biomass expansion factor and carbon fraction that used in allometric equations are specific for teak. There was no study was carried out to develop these factors yet. An increase in sampling number and replication will also ensure more reliable results. but it was difficult due to the time limitation, wild elephant threats, and thick understory. You can see, as I explained before, there is a thick understory in these plantations. These are the conclusions. No significant difference was found between above ground carbon stock in IL-1 and IL-3. In both agroecological regions, DBH range that having the highest above ground carbon is in class from 31 to 40 cm and the lowest is in class 10 to 20 cm. Similarly, there was no significant difference between the stem volume of selected plantations. The highest mean DBH was found in IL-3, while the highest mean height was observed in IL-1. I acknowledge for these papers. These are my references. Thank you.
Now the presentation is open for the discussion, question and answers. Ms. Gina Berry, I would like to ask you a question regarding general idea about this teak plantations. Generally, how much is the percentage of teak plantations in Sri Lanka when we consider the plantation crops or the forest cover in Sri Lanka? As percentage?
Actually, madam, 31,000 hectare is having teak plantation under the forest department. 31,000 hectare. As a percentage, around 30% is having teak plantation.
That is under the forest department. Now there are several other private sector also. They are doing this cultivation. No, they are not in counting.
Yes, madam.
They also counted in.
No, madam. Only the forest department calculations have 30%.
Right. Any other questions from the audience? What is the reason you said you selected only the intermediate zone for this study?
Madam, there is an opinion among vendors that the teak grown in Kurunagala district also having a high quality teak, but this can change from time to time due to the several environment and growth factors. And also among other areas, Kurunagala is the major area of intermediate zone that having majority of teak plantations. Other than the dry zone, teak in the intermediate zone also having high quality. So I choose the intermediate zone.
Are there any studies done on this, the quality of among these the different zones?
Madam, there is a studies regarding the dry zone, but there were no study for the intermediate zone yet.
So no comparison up to you now, no? Among
yes,
the
yes, madam.
Any other questions? So if there are no questions, thank you very much, Jinadari, for your nice presentation. And, it's an interesting presentation. Some important information. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
So we will move to presentation. Assessing paddy farmers' most preferable product quality attribute for a potential eco-friendly fertilizer package in Anuradhapura and Kurunagala district in Sri Lanka. Presentation is by PhD Vitarna from Wayanda University of Sri Lanka.
University of Sri Lanka. I am here today to present my research experience. My topic is paddy farmers' most preferred quality attributes for a potential eco-friendly fertilizer package in Anuradhapura and Kurunegala district in Sri Lanka. Let's move to the content. This is the content of my presentation, and in my talk I will discuss these things. Firstly, I will talk about background of my research in this introduction part. Since ancient times, Sri Lanka is an agriculture country and rice is the staple food of Sri Lanka. Since rice production convey a greater contribution to the Sri Lankan agriculture as the primary form of food production, it is greatly felt by the natural, social and economic environment of the country than any other crop. 1.8 million families engage in paddy cultivation and 30% of labor force directly or indirectly involved in paddy farming. Green Revolution has contributed to Sri Lankan agriculture to increase productivity of agricultural land, and it has enabled the satisfying of food demand of the exponentially growing population in the country. Even through the Green Revolution intensified the food production, the dependence on the chemical fertilizer usage has widely been increased over time. The highest portion of agrochemicals imported to the Sri Lanka are being utilized for rice cultivation. It is over 70% of national fertilizer usage. Additionally, pesticide demand for paddy cultivation is ranked higher than other crops. Moving on to the next to explain effect of chemical fertilizer. The excessive use of agrochemicals such as inorganic fertilizer and pesticide adversely create negative consequences on food security, quality and natural aspect. Contamination of soil and water with chemical fertilizer is the major concern, and their negative consequences do not appear in humans for several years. As well as Treasury have to spending about 2% of foreign exchange earnings on the fertilizer subsidy scheme. As a solution for this situation, the National Research Council of Sri Lanka has proposed to develop eco-friendly fertilizer package to reduce chemical fertilizer usage while safeguarding food security and environment health in Sri Lanka. The EFT package consists with biofertilizer and biochar. Now I like to turn to research problem. According to the previous research finding, experts perceive that eco-friendly technology can play significant role toward the reduction of chemical fertilizer use in Sri Lankan paddy cultivation. As well as farmer preference may change when they move from chemical fertilizer to eco-friendly technologies. Because of that, before introducing eco-friendly fertilizer package to the market, need to determine which attributes farmers preferred. This leads me on to research objective, and I have two main objectives on this research. First one is to assess on farmers' most preferred quality attributes of selected package of EFT fertilizer including biofertilizer and biochar. Second one is to facilitate development of policy to increase the market share of EFT package. Next one is methodology. This diagram shows the conducting procedure of this research, and this procedure discussed in upcoming slides. In very first, I was identified 22 quality attributes, and those are classified into three categories as a search, experience and credence. According to the literature, there is a common method to classify product quality attributes into three categories. Moving on, next one is classification of attributes. Search attributes are those that can be relieved in the search process before the purchase of product. Under this table, I was mentioned the quality attributes that I selected for this study. The experience qualities are those that can be only discovered after purchase as the product is used. The gradient qualities may be impossible to evaluate even after purchase and consumption. Hence, customers get information from third party. Now I had like to turn to data collection part. The data for this study were gathered from paddy farmers who registered under the project of developing eco-friendly technologies for paddy farming. The survey was carried out in Anuradhapura and Kurunegala district, and questionnaire-based face-to-face interviews were used to obtain the primary data. Previously identified quality attributes evaluated again 10-point Likert scale. Relative importance index analysis was selected in this study to rank the quality attributes according to their relative importance. This method was used to determine the preference of the farmers in the previously mentioned EFT package attributes in order. Because this method was appropriate tool to priority indicator rated on Likert type scale. Now I would like to discuss the result. In here, I discuss socio-demographic characters of the sample. In both districts, the majority of farmers were male and 99% were aged above 35 years. When considering farmers' monthly income, 83% are obtained less than 50,000 rupees. 27 educated up to A level and 7% are degree or diploma holders. Considering their experience, 76 have over 20-year farming experience. Before going to relative important results, there have 5 important levels to identify. According to literature, relative important values divide into 5 important levels, and I was mentioned it in here. The relative important values obtained based on the personal preference of the farmers were sorted according to their importance. As following table, the overall attribute ranking ranging from 1 to 22. Only 5 quality attributes get highest important levels out of 22 quality attributes. According to the farmer's preference, solubility in water, liquid form and package size less than 1 kilogram get lowest rank. However, the quality attribute with low relative important values did not mean that they were not important for selecting EFT package, but they are relatively less important when considering from the farmer's point of view. This chart shows categorized attribute result according to their relative important levels. As I mentioned before, 5 quality attributes obtain the highest important level. Those are the farmer's most preferred quality attributes. First one is sustainability in the market, and it is a credence attribute. Other are respectively availability of technical guidelines, easiness of handling, higher possibility to improve productivity and capability. These 4 are experience type attributes. According to the result, I conclude paddy farmers in Anuradhapura and Kurunegala district in Sri Lanka highly preferred on experience and credence type quality attributes of EFT fertilizer product. An EFT package can be stable in market by converting highly preferred attribute into search attribute and developing new policies. At the end, I recommend the attribute that farmer pay more attention to should convert into search attributes, and new market chain need to increase the market share of EFT fertilizer. As well as quality certification for the fertilizer package should be done in collaboration with the government and responsible institution, and should encourage to produce policies to reduce the importation cost for inorganic fertilizer. And I would like to acknowledge these papers, and these are my references. Thank you very much.
Now the presentation is open for the discussion, question and answers. I think this presentation is more relevant to the current situation in the country, kind of addressing the situation in the.
May I ask a question, Buddhika?
Oh yeah, I have Prashanti.
What is the biofertilizer and biochar you are planning to introduce to the farmers?
Under the biofertilizer, we introduce plant growth promoting bacteria to stimulate the.
Can't hear, I think. I can't hear you.
Can you speak a little louder?
Now can you hear me?
What is?
Hello?
Yeah, can you speak a little louder?
Yeah, Dr. Buddhika.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Trikavala here. Yeah, how do you tackle the issue of getting, when you import the organic fertilizer, regarding when you import the issue regarding the quarantine measures? How do you tackle that one? Because foreign living organisms may come with the organic matter. This is not relevant to your research actually, because you were talking about the importing fertilizer, organic fertilizer. That's a good thing.
Did you hear the question? Ms. Sitara, did you hear the question?
It's okay, Buddhika. That's a general question because it's not really from the study.
Okay. Prashanti.
I didn't get the answer for my question. What is the biochar and the biofertilizer you were introducing to the farmers? ETF, eco-friendly fertilizer you're talking about? Can you hear me, Itarana? I think she can't hear us, Buddhika.
Yeah, I think so. Ms. Itarana, can you hear us?
Yes, madam. Now I can hear you.
All right. Now please answer the question. Professor Shanti introduce.
I asked what is the biofertilizer and biochar you are planning to introduce to the farmers, or the eco-friendly
biofertilizer.
Yeah, what is the biofertilizer?
Yeah,
there are so many.
Madam,
yeah.
We plan to introduce plant growth promoting rhizobacteria to stimulate the nutrient accumulations. And under biochar, we introduce soil nitrogen releasing fertilizer to improve the soil fertility.
Is that biochar? What is the biochar?
Yeah.
What is it? What is the raw material for biochar?
They used to develop biochar to the rice husk.
Rice husk. Okay, okay, okay. That's what I asked. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? So if there are no questions, thank you very much, Ms. Vitarana, for your interesting presentation. So let's move to the third presentation of the session. Downward movement of exchangeable potassium and magnesium after long-term application of fertilizer under different placement techniques. A case study at Ranavana Coconut Estate, Kurunegala, by KDC Premaratne from Open University of Sri Lanka.
Downward movement of exchangeable potassium and magnesium after long-term application of fertilizer under different placement techniques. A case study at Ranavana Coconut Estate, Kurunegala. My name is KDC Premaratne, an undergraduate student of Open University of Sri Lanka. My supervisors are the Miss MKF Nadisha, the head cover-up of Soil and Plant Nutrition Division of CRI. Mrs. S.S. Uduman, the Research Officer of Agronomy Division of CRI, and Professor C.S.D.E. Silva of Open University of Sri Lanka. Coconut plays a major role in Sri Lankan economy. The contribution for the gross domestic production is 0.6%. Sri Lanka is the fifth largest coconut producer with 455,000 hectares of cultivation extent. The annual production is nearly about 2,600 to 3 million nuts per year. Urea and ammonium sulfate used as nitrogen sources. Epawala rock phosphate, imported rock phosphate, and triple super phosphate used for phosphorus. For potassium, it used muriate of potash and sulfate of potash. Ground dolomite supplies the calcium and magnesium. The Coconut Research Institute has introduced fertilizer recommendation for adult farms based on 4 major nutrients: 800 gram of urea, 900 gram of ERP, 1600 gram of MOP, and 1 kilogram of dolomite per palm for wet and intermediate zone. In dry zone, phosphorus changes to 400 gram of TSP and ensuring that the other fertilizers are remain same. The location is Ranavana Estate in Kurunegala, which belongs to IL1 agroecological zone. The research site consists of sandy loam to sandy clay loam soil with some quartz, few feldspar and ironstone gravels. The soil series is Kurunegala soil series, which belongs to red yellow podsolic red soil group. The soil is most suitable for coconut cultivation. The treatment application was commenced in 2011 December and continued until 2018 December. The experimental design was the randomized complete block design. The data was analyzed with using Minitab 17 at 5% significant level and 95% confidence level. There were 3 blocks in this estate and each block had 6 treatments. Each treat had 6 palms. The 3 palms were selected randomly to get soil samples from each treatment. The treatments were coded T1 to T6. There were 3 fertilizer placement techniques as surface application, trench application, and basin application. There were also 2 fertilizer types. One is CRI recommendation for wet and intermediate zone. The other one is consists of 15 kg of goat manure, 400 gram of urea,
450 gram of ERP, 1200 gram of MOP and 500 gram of dolomite. The two fertilizer types were applied in 3 placement techniques as the treatments. The soil samples were collected from both sides of the manual circle in 5 different depths from 0 to 100 cm with 20 cm intervals. The manual circle is the 1.75 meter radius around the base of the palm. The collected soil samples were air-dried in room temperature for 3 days and sealed with 2 mm mesh. The pH and electrical conductivity were measured using 1:5 soil-water suspension. The measures were taken by using Orion Star A215 pH and electrical conductivity meter. The extract for the exchangeable potassium and magnesium was collected by using 1M ammonium acetate method and detected with atomic absorption spectrophotometer. Results and discussion. There were no significant differences of pH values between the treatments at different depths. The results of the treatment for pH ranged from 5.8 to 6.7. The pH values of the treatment soil ranged as moderately acidic, slightly acidic and neutral. Comparing to the other depths, the highest electrical conductivity value was recorded in 0 to 20 cm depth of each treatment. It clearly shows the accumulation of nutritional ions on the top and shows the movement of ions from the top to bottom layers and indicate the downward movement of nutrients. This table shows the potassium content of different treatment of different depths. According to the table, potassium content significantly lower along the depths. The 0 to 20 cm shows the highest potassium content than the other depths. T4 shows a comparatively low potassium content in each depth. It may have been due to the high nutrient uptake by the palm. A slight increasement of potassium content is shown in the depth of 80 to 100 cm by the T3 and T5 only inorganic fertilizer application in trench and basin method, while the lowest value is in the T1 inorganic fertilizer application in surface method. This may due to the difference of application method, which lower fertilizer incorporation area is in the basin and trench method than the surface method. According to the table, in each step, the highest magnesium concentration was recorded in T3 inorganic fertilizer application in trench method, while the lowest was in T5 inorganic fertilizer application in basin method. The reason for the lowest value in T5 would be the high nutrient uptake by the palm. The result shows a decrease in pattern up to 80 cm and sudden increase at 80 to 100 cm except T2 and T4. It clearly shows the exchangeable magnesium content of 0 to 20 cm and 20 to 40 cm was equal to 60 to 80 and 80 to 100 cm respectively. Conclusion: electrical data reflected the significant movement of ions from the top to bottom layers, and there were no significant changes of pH at different depths from 0 to 100 cm. Furthermore, leaching tendency of magnesium ion is comparatively higher than that of potassium in Kurunagal soil series, which belong to red yellow podzolid grade soil group. Here is my references. Thank you.
Now the presentation is open for the question and answers. Ms. Premaratne, I heard that you use goat manure for as a organic manure. Goat fertilizer as the organic manure for the experiment.
Madam, it is goat manure is organic fertilizer and it is a coated fertilizer and which can retain the nutrients.
Is it a manufactured goat fertilizer?
No, miss. No, madam. It is goat dung, as cow dung, goat dung.
Yeah, I know. Now my question is, have you done any nutrient analysis, composition analysis of this goat manure?
Before the application, it has done, but now I don't have the data.
Yeah, before the application, definitely you have to do. Otherwise, how could you analyze the nutrient? How could you explain the nutrient variation among these fertilizers? If you have done it, why didn't you show the results here? So that is very important. The composition of the goat fertilizer that also will contribute for this kind of experiment much as of when it as a, though it's organic fertilizer, the composition is very important because collectively it gives the results out when you do the experiment. Can you hear me, Premaratne?
Sorry, madam.
Can you hear me?
Pardon, please.
I mean, when you, now you said you have had goat fertilizer, ne? Goat fertilizer, you said you have had. Now, before adding the fertilizer, my question is, did you do some analysis?
Yes, we have done analysis.
But I think
moisture percentage, nitrogen content, potassium content, phosphorus also we have done.
But you didn't mention it in the presentation. I didn't
mention it.
That is very important because the final outcome is with
it
those.
Is nearly nitrogen is nearly 2 to 3%. Phosphorus is nearly 0.4 to 0.7%. Potassium is nearly 1.1 to 1.1. Magnesium is nearly 0.5% to 0.8%.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Premaratne, for your nice presentation. And then we will move into the next presentation, fourth one. Development and quality evaluation of muffin incorporated with Badidel seed flour by Udari Meenaka from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura.
I'm Udari Meenaka. This is my research presentation about development and quality evaluation of muffins incorporated with Badidel seed flour. This is the overview of my presentation. First, let's see the introduction. Badidel is the only endemic species of the genus Artocarpus growing in Sri Lanka. It is an evergreen plant with about 25-meter height. Its seeds and fruits are edible. It is known as Sinhaladel and Waldel by local people. Researchers have found that the prehistoric men used to eat roasted seeds of Badidel 12,500 years ago. However, nutritional composition, physiochemical properties, sensory properties, and the value addition of the Badidel seeds have not been investigated yet. Vegetable seeds are wasted during seasons without getting any advantage. Therefore, we can prepare flour from these seeds to store these seeds for a long period of time. In recent times, most food industries are trying to develop new products that have high health benefits and quality. From this, bakery products are in a higher position of value addition. Muffins are widely consumed due to their eating convenience, availability, different varieties, and affordability. Therefore, underutilized vegetable seed flour can be used in value-added bakery products such as muffins. The main objective of this study was to determine the physiochemical properties of vegetable seed flour and develop muffins incorporated with vegetable and rice flour. Let's see methodology. Sample collection. Vegetable seeds from ripe fruits were collected from Diagama area situated in Gampaha district. This is the process of flour preparation. Initially, seeds were washed thoroughly to remove unwanted materials and white seed coats were removed. Then, seeds with brown seed coat were dried in the sun until moisture content was below 10%. Then, seeds were grinded into fine particles by using mechanical grinder. Next, flour was sieved through 355 micron sieve. Finally, prepared flour was stored at room temperature. These are the pictures of vegetable seeds and vegetable seed flour. Proximate analysis of flour. Moisture, crude protein, soluble protein, total lipid content, reducing sugar, total ash, and crude fiber content were examined using these methods. Also, phytochemical composition and functional properties of flour were tested according to these methods. Development of muffins. These are the ingredients that used to develop muffins: vegetable seed flour, rice flour, margarine, sugar, egg, fresh milk, vanilla, and baking powder. The recipe was developed after conducting preliminary trials. The control sample was prepared using only commercially available rice flour, and other three samples were prepared with 10, 20, and 30% of vegetable seed flour. Amount of other ingredients are the same for all. Sensory evaluation. To select the best muffin formulation, semi-trained 30 panelists were used. Each panelist was given 3 coded samples with a ballot sheet and was asked to provide points according to their preferences for odor, color, texture, taste, and overall acceptability. Proximate analysis of muffins. Same procedures that used to check the proximate composition of flour were used to check the proximate composition of the control muffin sample and the best muffin sample selected from the sensory evaluation test. Data analysis. All experiments were conducted in triplicate. The collected data was finally analyzed by using Minitab 17 package. The two-sample t-test was carried out to compare the mean values of control and 20% vegetable seed flour added muffin. For the graphical representation of the data, Microsoft Office Excel and Friedman nonparametric analysis was used to analyze data for sensory evaluation to determine any significant difference between selected samples at 95% confidence level. Let's see results and discussion. Proximate analysis of vegetable seed flour. Flour contains low moisture content, therefore its shelf life is high. crude protein content is higher than the soluble protein content. And also the total lipid content of the flour is higher than other parameters. Total ash and crude fiber content were comparatively high. Phytochemical composition of flour. The data obtained in this study indicate that the total phenolic content is high in Badidel seed flour. It predicts the potential health benefits. Functional properties. Water holding and oil holding capacity of Badidel seed flour are high. If water holding capacity is high, it has a good ability to bind water. Protein and carbohydrate play a vital role in binding water. Also, oil holding capacity is a significant property because fats increase the flavor and mouthfeel of foods. Development of muffins. These are the pictures of muffins that developed in cooperation of Badidel seed flour and rice flour. A. Control 100% rice flour added muffin. B. 10% Badidel seed flour added muffin. C. 20% Badidel seed flour added muffin. D. 30% Badidel seed flour added muffin. Then sensory evaluation was carried out for sample B, C and D to select the best muffin formula. According to the radar diagram, 20% Badidel seed flour added muffin was selected as the best experimental sample among 3 experimental samples. Approximate composition of muffins. According to the sensory analysis, 20% Badidel seed flour incorporated muffin was selected as the best sample. Furthermore, the nutritional composition of the developed muffin was investigated by comparing it with control muffin. According to the proximate analysis, there was a significant difference between 2 muffin samples at a 5% significant level for moisture, soluble protein, total lipid, reducing sugar and crude fiber content. When comparing these 2 samples, moisture, crude protein, total lipid, total ash and crude fiber content of 20% Badidel seed flour added muffin was higher than the control muffin sample. Finally, this is the conclusion of the research. Collectively, 20% of underutilized Badidel seed flour and 80% of rice flour can be utilized as a potential candidate to develop novel value-added muffins. These are the references. This is the end of my presentation.
Now the presentation is open for the question and answers.
Excuse Chairman. Dr. Buddhika, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Well, have you done any cost analysis on this?
Cost analysis?
Yeah.
No.
So you haven't compared the final product, the price of the final product with what is available in the market?
No, sir, I didn't do a cost analysis. I compare the nutritional composition only.
Only. Okay, right.
The protein, crude protein was reduced in your this one compared to the control. What is the reason like?
Because yes, because Badidel content high amount of crude protein, but in this 20% added protein, we add only 20% Badidel and 80% rice flour. Therefore, crude protein content reduces.
But you can add some other thing to increase the crude protein, isn't it?
Yes, if we want to increase the protein content, we can add some.
Yeah, but how is the availability of this breadfruit? It's seasonal, isn't it?
Yes, it is seasonal. Normally, we can find seeds from Gampaha, Kalutara, and Ratnapura district, especially in Sabaragamuwa province, Singharaja area. There are so many trees in this area.
Yeah, it's good. Otherwise, these seeds will go waste, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Udari, in your nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
So next presentation will be on antifungal activity of true cinnamon essential oil against post-harvest pathogens, Aspergillus, Penicillium, and Fusarium by Achini Vijayveera from National Cinnamon Research and Training Center.
I am presenting my research findings on antifungal activity of true cinnamon essential oil against post-harvest pathogens, Aspergillus, Penicillium, and Fusarium. I am Achini Vijayveera from National Cinnamon Research and Training Center, and other authors are mentioned here who are contributed to this research study. Let's move on to introduction part. Essential oils are concentrated as volatile aromatic compounds produced by plants. Due to the presence of phenolic and volatile compounds in cinnamon essential oils, it provides characteristic flavor and aroma. And also the quality of cinnamon bark oil and leaf oil depends on the quantity of cinnamaldehyde and ethanol present in it. Post-harvest diseases in fruits and vegetables are affected by a wide variety of fungal and bacterial pathogens. It causes considerable post-harvest losses. Among those post-harvest diseases, black mold rot caused by Aspergillus species, dry rot caused by Fusarium species, anthracnose caused by Colchicum species, and green mold rot caused by Penicillium species are considered as some of the major diseases causing severe post-harvest losses. Present practice is application of synthetic fungicides during storage of those vegetables and fruits. However, chemical fungicides on food crops have been a growing social and medical concern. Therefore, alternatives for synthetic fungicides have been to find. So, my general objective of this study was to determine antifungal effect of cinnamon essential oil against Fusarium, Penicillium, and Aspergillus species. My specific objectives are to isolate and identify the pathogens causing black mold rot, green mold rot, and Fusarium dry rot. Second objective, to determine the minimum fungal inhibitory concentration of cinnamon oil. Third, to compare the antifungal activity of cinnamon bark and leaf oil. Then move on to materials and methods part. Fungal pathogens were isolated from onion, potato, and citrus that showing symptoms. So those symptomatic plant parts were surface sterilized, then transferred onto PDA medium, then incubated at 25 centigrade temperature for 5 days. Then PO cultures were obtained by several passage onto fresh PDA. Finally, fungal isolates were identified by colony morphology and microscopic characteristic. After identification of the isolated fungal species, antifungal activity of cinnamon oil were evaluated using well diffusion method.
The wells were made on PDA and well filled with 10 microliter of undiluted cinnamon oil. Then mycelial discs were placed at the center and incubated at 25 centigrade temperature. For control, sterile distilled water was used to fill the well. Fungal in the control were fully grown until the edge of the Petri plate. The diameter of the clear zone were measured. This experiment was carried out in triplicates. Those are some pictures that show in the methodological procedures. Then minimum inhibitory concentration was determined using Poisson food technique. Potato dextrose agar were prepared, supplemented with different cinnamon oil concentration, 100, 50, 25, 12.5 and 5 ppm oil concentrations were prepared. Each plate was inoculated by the fungal species and incubated at 25 centigrade temperature. Then MIC was evaluated by comparing relative growth of fungus in treatment with control. Data obtained on diameter of inhibition zone were subjected to the analysis of variance under two-factor factorial design to find the statistical significance and mean separation. Then move on to results and discussion part. Fungal species isolated from onion, potato, and citrus were identified as Aspergillus, Penicillium, and Fusarium. Undiluted cinnamon bark oil and leaf oil inhibited the growth of Aspergillus, Penicillium, and Fusarium species. When evaluate the antifungal activity of cinnamon oil, the bark oil showed significantly higher inhibition than the cinnamon leaf oil. It shows this graph. Here, the bark oil showed significantly higher inhibition than the cinnamon leaf oil. Also, when considered the inhibitory activity of these three fungal species, diameter of inhibition zone was significantly differed among the tested fungal species. So here we can clearly see mean diameter of the inhibition zone was significantly differed among these three fungal species. In addition, when we consider the interactions, the Fusarium species showed the highest inhibition against the cinnamon bark oil with comparison to other combinations. So, move on to graphical interpretation, we can clearly see for the bark oil, Fusarium species showed significantly higher inhibition than the other two species. Then when we consider the leaf oil, Aspergillus species showed higher inhibition than the other two species. According to the MIC assay, 100, 50, 25, 12.5 and 5 ppm oil concentrations completely inhibited the mycelial growth of Aspergillus, Penicillium, and Fusarium species. Therefore, MIC of cinnamon bark oil and leaf oil against those fungal species should be below 5 ppm. These are the pictures that show the inhibition zone of those three fungal species with respect to cinnamon leaf oil and bark oil. Then move on to conclusions. Cinnamon bark oil and leaf oil exhibited strong antifungal activity against common post-harvest fungal isolates. They are Aspergillus species, Penicillium species, and Fusarium species. The most efficient antifungal activity was shown by cinnamon bark oil. The MIC against Aspergillus species, Penicillium species, and Fusarium species found to be less than 5 ppm for either bark or leaf oil. These are the references that I use, and thank you for listening.
Now the presentation is open for the questions.
Achini, have you done any in vitro study? Because your study is based on the in vivo, because you have done the culture studies and you indicated that when the cultures are there, so the inhibition zones are apparent, and when you are using the bark oil and also the leaf oil. But when we are taking up the real time thing, so we had to infect the fruit with different fungi species, and then you have to infect the oil component. Then only we can say the inhibition is there. So your study is fully lab-based thing. So have you tried out, or you are in the process of doing the rest of experiments? Yeah, I can't hear you. I think you are muted.
Yeah, she's muted. All right. No. Actually, there is some problem in your mic, I think, still with your headphone. Still, we cannot hear you. Achini, we cannot hear you.
You can unmute your microscope. So it's there.
In Zoom, it's unmute. But
No, I think it's unmuted.
She's unmuted, but we can't hear her. Chat box එක දාන්න කිව්වනම් බුද්ධික.
Achini, if it is a simple answer, you can type it in the chat box. Actually, maybe a problem in your laptop or the desktop you are using.
So if you are not tried, you can try out the in vivo test as well. That is my recommendation.
So we have read the chat. It's there. The answer is there.
I need only lab test, no? Achini,
We conducted only lab test, yeah.
How did you do you said you have done different concentrations of the bark and leaf oil. How did you dilute it? Make it to different concentrations by adding what? DMSO. So have you used DMSO only as a control for your experiment? I heard that it's water in one place. Your control is water, you said as well. Yeah, it's okay, right? Any other questions from the audience? So thank you very much, Achini. Then let's move into the next presentation. A new bucking approach of to improve teak grading, a case study in Kurunegala district by BMLS Balasuriya from Wayamba University of Sri Lanka.
Hello everyone, I am Lahiri Balasuriya from Department of Plantation Management, Wayamba University of Sri Lanka. Today I am very excited to share my research experience with you. Before moving to my research, I would like to ask a small question from you. What do you feel if you have a chance to buy a furniture made from teak with an attractive grain pattern? I know, obviously you will buy it. By the way, my research focused on a new bucking approach to improve teak grading, a case study in Kurunegala district. First, I would like to share some important facts about background of the teak as the introduction. Teak is one of the world famous hardwood super luxury timber of Lamiaceae family. Did you believe due to unique mellow color and fine grain mainly used for furniture, construction and decorative purposes? Bucking is the process of cutting the fallen trees into several logs. According to State Timber Corporation, there are two grades of log. PR grade logs are excellent log with the length should be 3 meter and mid-girth should be 0.7 meter or more. Major thing is there should not be any defects. Saw log length should be exceed 4 meter and mid-girth should be 0.58 meter or more. Saw grade logs are not PR even though close to PR, which can be sold on free sale. Then I will explain timber defect. There are two types. First one is natural defect. Physical, chemical and genetic defects are natural defects. Second one is artificial defect. Biological, mechanical and technical defects are artificial defects. Timber grading is done through quality classification by inspection and assessment of penalty points of log shape, defects and other deteriorations. Now I am going to take you through identified problem of my research and justification. Actually, there is no clear idea about teak market due to lack of study. As myself mainly consider about teak grading, most of the time cannot produce PR grade logs due to poor bucking technique. The reason is most of the log have defect. We cannot grade defect log as PR, but market price of PR grade is quite higher when compared to S grade logs. Therefore, if we remove deformities of logs and convert it into PR grade, it would be more productive. My general objective is achieved by develop a bucking technique to increase PR grade log for teak timber for profit maximization. Those are my specific objectives. Make recommendations for log with bucking defects, determine the statistical significance of prices when converting S grade logs to PR grade log, and finally determine the difference between market and actual log dimensions. Methodology. The logging site of State Timber Corporation located at Viharakanda and Atugalpura plantation in Kurunegala district was selected as study area. And also, market survey was carried out using pre-tested questionnaire aimed at timber vendors in Moratuwa and Kurunegala area. Data collection. Then 330 teak logs were randomly selected and assessed their log dimension and log quality. Logs were categorized as S grade based on their length and mid circumference. After that, new length and mid circumference were measured by assuming the defects are removed from S grade logs. Finally, 265 selected saw grade logs which can be converted into PR grade after removing defects were used for further analysis. In this study, considered visual defects are buttresses, in Sinhala called atavuma, knots, hollows, bends and splits. Those are the observed defects: buttress, knots, splits, hollows. Log measurement was done by using distance tape. Log volume calculation was done by using Hogarth's formula. Then normal selling price, sales price within the production region, sales price outside the production region were calculated according to State Timber Corporation guidelines. Market survey was carried out using pre-tested questionnaire. After that, I will turn to statistical analysis part. All data analyses were done by using Minitab 18.0 software. Let's move to results and discussion part, which is the most important part of my study. First, I would like to discuss the result of market survey. Most frequent girth class in Viharakanda plantation was 94 to 98 cm, which is classified as class 11, while frequent girth class in Atugalpura plantation was 76 to 80 cm, which is classified as class 8. Tulasidas and Bath have reported that farm practices might contribute to fast growth rate in tea, resulting higher log volume, while other silvicultural practices might have effects on the log quality. The most often noticeable deformities are pits, hollows, knots, and buttresses. The most frequent observed defect in the field was buttress, and 22% of respondents observed pits in zinc called irimadea. One more thing that I want to tell you is standard silvicultural practices followed by pruning and thinning would give better log form and less number of knots. The outcome affirmed that 43% of log vendors prefer teak for furniture manufacturing purposes, while 18% and 16% for mahogany and jack respectively. As the indication of the study, teak can be utilized for different purposes. About timber purchasing method, all responded by timber from free trade, and 97% of those respondents purchased timber for furniture manufacturing, while only 3% of respondents purchased timber for reselling. When talk about customer preference teak purchasing area, 32% of respondents preferred to have teak from Kurunegala district, 28 from Ampara district, 25 from Puttalam district, and 11% from Batticaloa. Generally, the quality of dry zone teak is higher, but the quality of intermediate zone teak, including Kurunegala district, also remain high compared to some other region. Then descriptive statistics. Those selected logs are usually from the very first log of the tree bole. This result demonstrated that logs are bucking in average 6 meters or above them. Paired statistics proved that unit volume sales price within the production region and outside the production region increased significantly after converting escalate logs into PAR grade. Therefore, it is strongly suggested that improving the grade of defective logs by removing defect less than 15% from the length, it should be profitable than selling defective log as it is. Accordingly, selling outside the region is more profitable than selling within the production region. The mid-girth of the produced log was highly depending on the site specification, growth parameters, and silvicultural practices. This is the bucking recommendation for defect logs. When producing PAR grade logs, knots, splits, checks in the face of the log should be cut and removed, and the log should be cut as straight as possible with the maximum length. If sometime cannot obtain maximum length, it should be cut multiples of 7 and 6 feet. Then, what are the conclusions of this research? Results indicated that improving the grade of defected logs by removing defect is profitable than selling defected log as it is. However, the defect also vary with the site specification and practical constraint. Therefore, it is recommended to remove less than 1 meter. It means 15% from the length due to practical constraint. Then, as suggested by the result of the study, due to consumer preference may vary with depending on end use and site quality, survey should be conducted annually. Further, this study has to be carried out in the dry zone area to develop more accurate bucking and grading techniques. Then I would like to acknowledge these people. These are my references. Then I'll bring my presentation close here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now the presentation is open for the questions, discussion.
Well, excuse me, Chairperson. It is Mr. Balasuriya, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you are looking at the profitability, but just by looking at the prices, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. But when you are doing those activities, bucking, or I don't really understand what is that, to get the quality, right? It incurs some costs, right? So the profitability comes with the revenue minus the cost.
Yes, sir.
Right? But just by looking at the prices, we cannot say it is profitable. How do you answer that one?
Yes, sir. Actually, in here, I mainly consider about whether it is profitable or not by removing defect, because nowadays in the timber corporation have lots of defect logs. They are doing, or they already removed the defect logs, because therefore it is very loss of profit. That's why I do the research for whether it is profitable or not by removing defect. It is actually ongoing research. I mainly involved in that as well. It is due to the situation I stopped the research, and now I will conduct.
Okay, well, I think we have to get all the activities and cost them, right?
Yes,
and finally, you have to have the revenue minus the cost to look at the profitability. So whatever you spend on do the additional work should be overcome by the profit that you gain, right? Then you can say profitable.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Balasuriya, what is the future development of your research?
Yes, madam. Actually, in the forest department and the timber corporation, they have lots of defective logs. They sell at a very low price. It is very loss of profit for the timber corporation. That's why we do this research. From this research, we identify we can sell defect logs by removing the defect as a TR grade. It is a higher grade. I think it is a very good opportunity to the timber corporation as well. And I have one suggestion. I mainly did the research in the intermediate zone, and now I have suggested to do this research annually as the dry zone, because most of the teak plantations are in dry zone, as well as the timber corporation also belongs to buy timber in the dry zone.
At the moment, what they are doing with these logs, defected logs at the moment?
At the moment, madam, they are sell at the reduced price. They auctioning the defect logs and decrease the price as the relate the actual price decrease to some percentage and sell it. When considering the cost and the profit, it is a loss. That's why we do this research.
Then
so you haven't considered the cost. You haven't considered the costs, right? It may or may not be profitable, but by just looking at the price, we cannot say it is profitable. We have to look onto the cost as well. So there are costs incurred in the activities like grading, right, or these lopping excess branches, etc. So because I have visited those the teak plantation, and what they say is that they have been given the instructions to maintain the trees. But what they say is that it is not profitable, right? Because the cost, the labor cost incurred in those activities is cannot be overcome by the value addition that you get for the final product. So you have to look at to those cost activities, right?
I think in the sense of cost, he has to evaluate the present selling price as the defected logs also. Whether it's like that, you have to compare, no?
Yeah.
How much you are getting after selling this as defect logs, and after converting, what is the amount? How
Yes,
much?
madam. In the ongoing research, in the another research conducting by myself also by looking the cost. This is the very initiative research from my undergraduate research. That in here I am mainly focused on the defect logs price and the by removing defects price, not the cost.
So at the moment, maybe the customers are getting good prices with the defected logs when they
Yes,
buy
ma'am.
these logs.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your nice presentation, Palasurya.
Thank you, madam.
So the last presentation of the session is by Ms. Isuri Ratnayaka from the Open University of Sri Lanka. Title is Nutritional Properties and Hydrolyzing Rates of Rice Grown with Biofilm Biofertilizer.
All of you, I am Isuri Ratnayaka and I am here to present my research findings under the title of Nutritional Properties and Hydrolyzing Rates of Rice Grown with Biofilm Biofertilizer. Let me start by giving you some background information. All you know, rice is the staple food of Sri Lanka. Per capita consumption of rice in Sri Lanka is 115 kilograms in year 2019. And rice has many nutritional properties. So, due to the high demand and nutritional value, farmers used excessive amount of chemical fertilizer to get an ample harvest. There are so many negative effects on the environment as well as on the human body by using chemical fertilizer. Here I mentioned some case studies as an evidence to prove this fact. As a solution to above matter, biofertilizers are used to obtain sustainable agriculture. Above all biofertilizers, biofilm biofertilizer popularized as an organic fertilizer on paddy cultivation. Now I am going to define what is biofilm biofertilizer. Biofilm biofertilizer is complex communities of multiple microbial species that are attached to surfaces or interfaces are called biofilms, and beneficial biofilms can be developed in vitro and identified as biofilm biofertilizer. This is a patent technology. Biofilm biofertilizer can increase in beneficial nitrogen fixation and improve in mineral nutrient release in the soil. It helps to increase the nutritional quality of the soil on which the nutritional value of rice depends. The reason for doing this research is there is no published data on effect of biofilm biofertilizer on biochemical properties of rice. These are the main objective and specific objectives of this research study. Main objective is to evaluate the nutritional properties and hydrolyzing rates of the rice grown with biofilm biofertilizer compared to chemical fertilizer. Specific objectives are to determine proximate composition, micronutrient content, total, soluble and insoluble dietary fiber content, hydrolyzing rate with respect to alpha amylase and amyloglucosidase. Let's move on to methodology part. This is the brief description of methodology used in this study. BG94/1 improved rice variety is used as a material in this study. There are 6 treatments. T1 100% chemical fertilizer as 2013 DOA recommendation. T2 80% chemical fertilizer. T3 80% chemical fertilizer plus BF/BF. T4 65% chemical fertilizer. T5 65% chemical fertilizer plus BF/BF, and T6 is control sample. Under data collection part, proximate composition, micronutrient composition, dietary fiber content and in vitro hydrolyzing rate were analyzed. Statistical analysis was done according to SAS software. Proximate composition was analyzed according to AOC 2005 method with minor modifications. Here is the method used for determination of moisture content. And this is the method used determination of ash content. Crude fat content determined by using Soxhlet extractor. Protein content was determined by using CHNSO analyzer according to Niger et al. 1984 with slight modifications. And here, determination of total dietary fiber content method is detailed in here, and this method done according to the enzymatic gravimetric method as specified in AOC 2005 method with slight modifications. Micronutrient composition were analyzed by ICP-OES after microwave digestion according to Tarantino et al. 2017 with minor modifications. This is hydrolyzing rate with respect to alpha amylase and amyloglucosidase done according to Vishwanathan et al. 2016 and Vishwanathan et al. 2018 with slight modifications. Turning our attention now to result and discussion part. This is the statistically analyzed tabulated data of proximate composition. Most important fact in this is protein content. In 65% chemical fertilizer plus BF/BF shows highest amount of protein content while comparing 100% chemical fertilizer samples and control sample. Soluble dietary fiber and insoluble dietary fiber all together defined as total dietary fiber content. In here, in this graph, we can show 65% chemical fertilizer plus BF/BF shows highest amount of total dietary fiber content while comparing 100% chemical fertilizer plus and control sample. Considerable nutritionally important elements such as zinc and manganese having considerable amount in T5. This table shows that and hydrolyzing rate with respect to alpha amylase and amyloglucosidase was significantly different among 6 treatments. Based on the findings, can we conclude this study as this way? Zinc content, protein content and total dietary fiber content increased in rice grown with 65% chemical fertilizer plus biofuel biofertilizer. It may be a promising outcome for protein and zinc malnutrition. So, 65% chemical fertilizer plus BF/BF is an eco-friendly and economically viable recommendation for rice farming. However, further studies should be continued before confirming this fertilizer recommendation with covering all agroecological zones and seasons where paddy is grown. These are the references which I used to this study, and this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Now the presentation is open for the questions. Do you think the said rates of biofilm, biofertilizer plus chemical fertilizer ratio you mentioned is suitable for all agricultural zones in Sri Lanka?
No, madam, this is the part of a full study. So in this district, we used this fertilizer recommendation.
What is the district you use?
Ampara district.
Ampara.
Yes, madam.
So do you have future developments of your research?
No, madam, this is a part of a full study. The full study is conducting now, covering all agricultural zones.
That's what I asked.
Is it done by the Department of Agriculture, DOA?
No, sir. NIFS, National Institute of Fundamental Studies.
So they have a plan to do the same study throughout the country?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
They are doing now, no?
Yes, madam, doing now.
They are doing that.
Yeah.
This is the same biofertilizer that Professor Senviratne developed?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. Gamini Senviratne, he got the patent also from IFS.
Okay, Suri, thank you very much then.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
So now we have come to the end of the first part of the first session. And thank you very much for all presenters who participated in the session. We had 6 interesting presentations. The first presentation is on above ground carbon estimation of intermediate zone teak grown in Sri Lanka from Bioenergy University of Sri Lanka. So that actually says how much it is important for the above ground carbon estimation. Then assessing paddy farmers. Second one is assessing paddy farmers' most preferred product quality attributes for a potential eco-friendly fertilizer package in Anuradhapura district area. And he has found that experience-related quality attributes are more important in this regard. And the third one is downward movement of exchangeable potassium and magnesium after long-term application of fertilizer and different placement techniques, a case study done. And so data reflected that significant movement of iron from the top of the bottom layers were more significant. Then the next presentation is on antifungal activity of true cinnamon, essential oil against post-harvest pathogens, Aspergillus and Penicillium and Fusarium. This is regarding the cinnamon bark and leaf oil, and that also had been good achievements by controlling the antifungal, having the antifungal activities. Then the next is on a new bucking approach to improve teak grading, another case study. And that also was one part of the ongoing research and converting the defected logs into the good. And he has obtained some considerable remarks on that presentation too. Then the nutritional properties of hydrolyzing rates of rice grown with the biofilm biofertilizer, one of another interesting and presentation. And this also will gain, has gained some important aspects regarding the research. So thank you very much for all the presenters here today for the first session of the fifth session of the hours 2021. So have a nice day, and we'll wind up the session and we'll continue from 1:45 onwards in the second part of the first session. Thank you very much for all the participants also. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rohini? Yes.
Yes.
Madam, shall we start the
Yeah,
proceeding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So good afternoon to all of you. After having lunch, we are again here together to start the second session of the fifth session, actually, second part of the agriculture theme, first session. So we will start from the where we start. So today in this session, the first presentation is differences of chemical constitutions or in 3 physiological stages of Ceylon cinnamon. And the presenter is Professor S.R. Hettiarachchi from Open University of Sri Lanka. Over to you, Professor Hettiarachchi.
Our research title is Differences of Chemical Constituents in 3 Physiological Stages of Ceylon cinnamon, that is Cinnamomum seylenicum bloom. This is a collaborative work. So co-authors are A.A. Vijayveera, myself, J.W. Hevage, S.H. Vadumetrige, and G.G. Jayasinghe. This is the outline. Under introduction, cinnamon is an evergreen perennial plant native to Sri Lanka. This plant undergoes basically 3 physiological stages, namely flushing, flowering, and fruiting. This figure here represents different physiological stages. So the first one is the flushing stage, then next one is flowering stage. Bottom 2 are different fruiting stages, that is fruiting with green berries and fruiting with blueberries. Now I will move on to the objective of the study. It is known that physiological stages directly affect the peelability of Ceylon cinnamon. Some physiological stages are unfavorable for peeling and hence have to be avoided during harvesting. Chemical variation of such stages have not been studied. Therefore, this study was planned to study chemical variations of these physiological stages. In the research methodology, first of all, the sample collection. We want to keep genetic factor, geographical factor, and maturity factor constant. To do that, we selected asexually propagated 2 accessions of Ceylon cinnamon, that is Sri Gamunu and Sri Vijaya, in order to keep genetic factor constant. To keep geographical factor constant, we collected samples from the same location at National Cinnamon Research and Training Center at Palolpitiya. To keep maturity factor constant, we collected plants of 3 years of maturity. So we collected 4 cinnamon plants from each variety of each physiological stage and separated bark and leaf samples. Then we extracted oil using hydrodistillation. Then we determined bark and oil leaf quantity using modified Clevenger method. Then we determined chemical composition using GCMS. Statistical data analysis was carried out using one-way analysis of variance at 0.05 significant level. Data processing was conducted by the SAS version 9.1 computer software package. I will move on to results and discussion. This table comprises the oil percentage of bark and leaf and their statistical evaluation at 3 different physiological stages for 2 accessions, that is Sri Gamunu and Sri Vijaya. As you can see here, both bark and leaf oil contents in Sri Vijaya, so Sri Gamunu, is higher compared to Sri Vijaya. I highlighted here in red color. You can see the bark oil and leaf oil content of Sri Gamunu is significantly higher than Sri Vijaya. Then the bark oil content of flowering stage here is significantly higher than fruiting and flowering stage, which shows no significant difference between them. See here, I circled to show you the difference. Then when we compare leaf oil content, there is a significant difference within 3 stages, that is flowering, fruiting and flushing. But variety to physiological interactions. Here I highlighted as yellow color. You can see that there is no effect of the genotype in the dependence of oil contents on physiological stages. So that is not significantly different. Here I have graphically represented what I explained in the previous table. As you can see here, bark oil content at the flowering stage is much higher compared to fruiting and flushing. Then here leaf oil content at flowering stage is higher than fruiting and flushing stage. The amount of leaf oil is significantly different among 3 stages. Then this table summarizes a comparison of mean percentage of chemical constituents in the bark oil of Ceylon cinnamon and their statistical evaluation. As you can see here, total cinnamaldehyde here, that is equal to the sum of cinnamaldehyde and cinnamyl acetate. So the total cinnamaldehyde percentage is higher in Sri Gamunu compared to Sri Vijaya. So I highlighted here in yellow color, you can see. While opposite behavior was observed in eugenol content, that is the next highest constituent in bark oil. So the eugenol content in Sri Vijaya is significantly higher than Sri Gamunu. In the comparison of physiological stages, here I highlighted in pink color, there is no significant difference in the constituent, that is total cinnamaldehyde, among 3 stages here, flowering, fruiting and flushing. The next major constituent, that is eugenol, is significantly higher in both flowering and fruiting stages. Here in green color I highlighted. So it is higher in both flowering and fruiting stages compared to flushing stage. Further, statistical evaluation shows that the effect of genetic factor on variation of chemical constituents among 3 stages is insignificant. So I highlighted here in blue color. Once again, here I have plotted what I explained in the previous table. You can see that the total cinnamaldehyde is the major constituent in bark oil, that is not significantly different among 3 stages, flowering, fruiting and flushing. The next highest component is eugenol, so that is significantly different in flowering and fruiting stages compared to flushing stage. This table summarizes the chemical constituents in leaf oil. As you can see, eugenol is the major component in leaf oil. Here I highlighted in yellow color. So the eugenol content in leaf oil is significantly higher in Sri Vijaya. I highlighted in red color. It's significantly high in Sri Vijaya compared to Sri Gamunu. Then eugenol percentage among 3 stages, which I highlighted in pink color, is not significantly different among 3 stages. Then the next highest content is alpha-linalool. So alpha-linalool percentage among 3 stages, when we can see that the alpha-linalool percentage is considerably higher in both fruiting and flushing stages here compared to flowering stage. So here this figure graphically represents what I explained in the previous table. As you can see, eugenol is the major compound in leaf oil, and there is no significant difference among 3 stages. Then the conclusion and the recommendation: the effect of genetic factor on variation of chemical constituents in both bark and leaf oil among 3 stages was insignificant. In general, recommendation can be made as the flowering and fruiting stages may be better than flushing stages for harvesting. So we would like to thank National Science Foundation for funding under the Special Cinnamon Project with the grant number SPCIN 2016-04 and National Cinnamon Research and Training Center, Palolpitiya, and their staff for the support given to this project. This is the reference. And finally, thank you.
Now the presentation is open for the questions. Professor Rachi, do you think to recommend the best stages of harvesting, flowering and fruiting, do you need some more studies to say that?
Yeah. So just this is the preliminary study.
Yes.
So I think other than GCMS, we need to do further studies.
On which side? I mean, on which side?
Sorry?
I mean, content of the chemical content, or which side that study is needed? You can't hear me.
Because from the overall picture, we gave the recommendation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Professor Rovini, what is the time period for flowering when we are taking up the tree ages? So there should be a duration of flowering. So then the people, those who want to take up the product, it is easier. If you can give the months or years. So flowering, stage of flowering, how many days and how many the period of flowering? I don't have any idea about that.
Yeah, Achini is with me. Achini can answer because she's the one who collected samples. Achini?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, the cinnamon flowering is occurred only one time period of the year. Actually, it is generally January to March, like this. In with the climatic changes, this time period is actually changing nowadays. But in nature, it is generally happen in between January to March. Only once a year.
Yeah, we collected samples of the maturity, I think about 2 years. Right, Achini?
So then you start up taking up the samples from 2-year-old plants.
No, 3 years.
Near mature plants. Otherwise, we can't observe the maturity versus flowering and flushing. No? There should be a stage to take up the product.
Yes.
Yes.
Generally, we did maturity dependent studies before. So from that, we found out that about 2 years is the best time for harvesting when we compare about other chemical constituents.
Okay.
So when it become 2 years, it's at maybe, or they have matured and flower. They have started flowering.
We were harvesting after 1.5 years. We said it is being matured after 1.5 years.
Right. Okay, thank you very much, President Tiarati, for your nice presentation. We will move to the second presentation out of 6 for the last session. The next presentation is on an assessment of the agricultural drought vulnerability using remote sensing techniques with special reference to Anuradhapura district. The presentation is by Dhananjay, Mr. PKVS Dhananjay.
Dhananjay, I am working as a research assistant under the HEP project at Sabaragamuwa University of Sri Lanka. We conducted this study to identify agricultural drought vulnerability in the Anuradhapura district, and we use remote sensing technique for that. This is my content. I am hoping to go through this content. When we consider about today's world, the economy of most developing countries depend on the agricultural sector. And this agricultural sector is high sensitive to climatic parameters such as precipitation, temperature, and humidity. The changes of these climatic parameters causes for the occurrence of disasters like flood, drought, and storms. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization, when considering the global economic loss in 2015, approximately $219 million have been lost as the result of climate and weather-related disasters. When comparing the damage and losses with the other sectors within the period of 2008 to 2018, the total loss and damages that reported from the agricultural sector is 63%, and for the other sector it is recorded as 37%. Among these climate-related disasters, drought could be named as a disaster which has a severe impact on agricultural sector. According to Mohan and Arena in 1982, drought is a period of abnormally dry weather sufficiently for the lack of precipitation to cause a serious hydrological imbalance and carries connection of moisture deficiency with respect to man's usage of water. Depending on the characteristic, we can divide drought into 4 types as meteorological drought, agricultural drought, hydrological drought, and socio-economic drought. Agricultural drought could be defined as a deficiency of soil moisture condition than the ideal level that required for the proper growth of plant during the growth cycle stages. According to the Cahill and quiz in 2016, this could be occurred as the result of 2 incidents. One is reduce in soil moisture level as the result of short-term precipitation. Other one is evaporation level increase the level above water supply as a result of increase in temperature. Agricultural drought has a severe impact on developing countries. Those countries could experience population displacement, death of animals, permanent vegetation failure, reduction of agricultural output and deterioration of water condition. Sri Lanka is a continental island. It has approximately 65,610 square kilometers of land. And there are 21 million population. Country is divided into 3 major climatic zones as dry, wet and intermediate, depending on the spatial variation of climatic parameters. Agriculture is the backbone of country's economy and is account over 20% of gross domestic production and provide nearly 70% of rural employment. It could be divided further as rain-fed and irrigated agriculture. The total cultivated area in Sri Lanka is estimated at 1.86 million hectares. Among them, about 632,000 hectares of this area are irrigated and rest is rain-fed. According to C.R. Panabokki et al. In 2002, the mean annual rainfall in the dry zone is less than 1,250 millimeters, and the average annual evaporation rate in the dry zone is between 1,700 millimeter to 1,900 millimeter, and it is greater than the average annual rainfall in the area. And because of that, it is leading to the water stress. Thus, it is predominant task the identification of agricultural drought area to mitigate adverse effect of it. Hence, this study is used in remote sensing technique to assess agricultural drought vulnerability. The objective of this study is to assess the agricultural drought vulnerability in Anuradhapura district using remote sensing techniques. The study covers 22 divisional secretariat division in Anuradhapura district, and according to the 2013-14 census data, the total agricultural land area of the Anuradhapura district about 0.2 million hectares. This study mainly based on the secondary data and following data used for the study. Landsat 5 satellite images from 2006 to 2011 used for this study. These satellite images covers all Maha and Yala season in the each year from 2006 to 2011. And also these satellite data downloaded by the USGS Earth Explorer website. In addition to that, digital data that provided by the Survey General Department of Sri Lanka used for the study. Following table showing the details about the band combination that used for the study. For data analyzing, ArcGIS 10.4 was used in this study, and the following equation used to identify normalized different vegetation index, vegetation condition index, and for the area calculation. According to Kogan in 1995, if the calculated VCI value is near to 0%, it indicates the extreme drought condition. If it is in between 50% to 100%, it is normal vegetation condition, and if it is in between 35% to 15%, it indicates agricultural drought condition. And if it is in between 35 to 0%, it is also indicate severe drought condition. Depending on the Kogan VCI values and the analyzed data, to identify agricultural drought vulnerability in the study area, following VCI percentage have been prepared. According to that, 0 to 30% mean severe drought condition, 30 to 50% mean drought condition, and 50 to 100% mean normal condition. By using this analyzing technique, agricultural drought vulnerability map were created for Yala and Maha season. After creating agricultural drought vulnerability map for those seasons, both maps were overlaid by using weighted overlay method to create agricultural drought vulnerability map for the area. According to the Mahaseason drought vulnerability map, from the total study area, approximately 12.2% of land area is under severe agricultural drought vulnerability zone. And from the total land extent, it is about 53% under the normal area, and there are approximately 2,328.9 square kilometers of land under the area of drought vulnerability. It is about 33% from the total study area. According to the Yellow Season agricultural drought from the total study area, 11.7% of the land area belong to the severe drought vulnerability zone. It is about 850.8 square kilometers of land. According to the calculation, 42.6 of land is under the drought vulnerability zone. The rest 45.5 land area does not belong to the drought vulnerability zone. According to the agricultural drought vulnerability map, from the total land area, 12% under the severe drought zone and 33.7% belong to the drought vulnerability zone, and also 53.9% belong to the normal zone that has not been impacted by the agricultural drought. According to this study, find out that more than 45% of the study area under the agricultural drought vulnerability zone during the both major cultivation seasons. Thus, it is crucial to follow proper mitigation activities to reduce the adverse impact of agricultural droughts. Conducting awareness program on water management, introducing crop varieties which are resilient to drought condition, introducing agricultural practice such as agroforestry could be suggested as proper mitigation activities to reduce the adverse impact of agricultural drought. These are the references.
Now the presentation is open for the questions. Dhananjay, these results are up to 2011 only. This analysis beyond.
Yes, madam. Only 2011.
Why couldn't you take recent data? Now it's in 2021.
Yes, I have to cover, I think, 2 seasons. Then Lancet data actually from 2006 after 2014. Lancet 8 data available, but I wanted to get data before the that period, before that time period, after the 2014. Because of that, I use Lancet 5. The Lancet 5 only available for the before the 2014 period. Because of that, I did that season 2006 to 2011.
It's actually during very recent time period is highly subjected to these climatic changes concept. So with that, sometimes maybe totally different now. If you calculate, I think, because I don't have much idea about this study, just I feel like that it will be something totally different if we calculate near to this 2020 like.
Yes, madam.
Any other questions from the audience? So you have recommended these awareness programs, and that is to conserve the moisture.
Yes,
moisture.
now I also studying about for my MPhil about the impact of climate change on water management strategies and livelihood of dry zone area, especially for the paddy farming community. Then I actually conduct this research, this study to identify how about the application of GIS to analyze drought condition. Then yes, I think the practical thing is to reduce adverse impact of the agricultural drought is conducting awareness program. Because through the awareness program, we can give knowledge regarding to some agricultural practice like agroforestry. Then through that, I think we can reduce the adverse impact of agricultural drought.
Okay, then thank you very much, Dhananjay. Interesting presentation. So we will move on to the third presentation of this present session. Will present by UL Ranawaka from Open University of Sri Lanka. The title will be Effect of Re-incubation, Pre-incubation Storage Period and Flock Age on Hatchability of Eggs of COBB 500 broiler strain.
Before I start my presentation, I would like to emphasize the fact that inside a hatchery, every egg counts to ensure its maximum hatchability. Good afternoon and welcome you all to my presentation. Today, I'll share an overview of my research study of effect of pre-incubation storage period and flock age on hatchability of eggs of COB 500 broiler strain. Authors UL Ranawaka and Mr. PKJ the male. I am UL Ranawaka, student at the Open University of Sri Lanka, Department of Agriculture and Plantation. Let's start with a bit ground truth regarding the poultry industry in Sri Lanka. Based on Sri Lankan meat market as set out here, chicken meat has developed very dynamically both in volume as well as in the value of traded chicken meat. The demand for chicken meat grew significantly in all parts of Sri Lanka, and local meat market generally represented by several kinds of meats. These are primarily beef, pork, mutton, and especially poultry chicken meat. Basically, meat and meat products comprise an important part in agricultural food production in Sri Lanka. Among them, chicken meat represents an important with several quality attributes, such as eating quality, convenience, stability, wholesomeness, and nutritive value. So, for the broiler industry, there is a key chicken supply chain, and mainly this consists with grandparent breeder stock, breeder farm, hatchery, broiler farm, processing plant, and finally the distribution tank. Breeder farm produces quality hatching eggs from parent breeder stocks, and hatchery takes part in producing quality day-old chicks from hatching eggs. So in both steps, care should be taken to achieve maximum hatchability using quality hatching eggs. When considering hatching egg quality, breeder age directly associated with hatching parameters. In addition, hatchery practices usually involve with pre-incubational storage, which primarily practice to reach maximum incubator capacity and with variable market demand fluctuations. Since then, these are two critical parameters when considering the final hatchability. Therefore, in expansion process of commercial poultry industry in Sri Lanka, continuous supply of day-old chicks is required. However, a fomented pre-incubational storage practices in hatcheries has identified as a critical factor to overcome hatchability issues. Previous research findings also suggest that effect of longer period of storage are more pronounced in eggs from older breeders. So it is important to identify suitable storage duration with the effect of breeder flock ages with the impact on final hatching traits. As a solution to these mentioned concerns, hatchery management practices should be implemented. And also, reveal productive breeder age with storage duration seem to be effective to maximize the hatchability and run a continuous production, which increase profits further. Finally, according to the results, the study evaluated the ideal storage duration with the flock age for the highest performances in hatching while enhancing the overall production of day-old chicks. The objectives of this study, broad objective is to study the effect of pre-incubation storage period and flock age on hatchability. Specific objectives to determine the suitable pre-incubation storage period for eggs which maximizes the hatchability, and to determine the most productive flock age of a breeder stock which maximizes the hatchability. Materials and methods. Study location was Nivanthani's hatchery in Thonnamulla. Materials and equipment for egg weight, electronic eggs, digital scale, vacuum egg handler, setter machine, candling torch, transfer machine, hatcher machine, setter trays and hatcher trays. Let's go through the methodology of the study. First, treatment preparation. For this study, 4 breeder ages were selected, and then eggs were collected. Eggs were weight range between 55 to 65 grams. Then selected eggs were stored for 15, 12, 9, 6, 3 and 0 days accordingly under 80 degrees Celsius and 75 to 85% relative humidity. Then samples were arranged for incubation. First, stored eggs were pre-warmed and then uniformly distributed in an automatic incubator according to the incubator parameters recommended by Pasriform Hatchery Guide with temperature and relative humidity. After that, 18-day candling was practiced. Candling used to remove unhatched eggs, and selected eggs with visible living embryos were transferred into hatchers. Finally, after 21st day of incubation, hatching of eggs were evaluated. Treatment arrangement of the study. 4x6 factorial arrangement with factors as age, 4 age categories and 6 storage duration. Each treatment replicated 3 times. A total 3,600 eggs were used in this study. Statistical analysis. Experimental design, completely randomized design with 3 replicates. Statistical software package, Minitab and Microsoft Excel used. Mean separation done by Duncan multiple test range to separate the mean differences between treatments. Let's discuss the study findings. According to the results, breeder hen age on hatchability results of the study are shown in table 2. Hatchability was significantly affected by breeder hen age, and breeder flock age 32 weeks found as the highest productive range and 49 weeks found as the lowest hatching results. Insight into the mechanism of these previous research findings suggest that increasing breeder age caused higher mortality with shell quality deterioration. These data were consistent with prior findings of Rosa and colleagues in 2002 with the study of age 62 weeks and 34 weeks old breeders, and showed 34 breeders higher hatchability than 62 weeks old breeders. Results of the hatchability with effect of storage duration presented in table 3. There were no effect of pre-incubational storage into the hatchability. And also it is clear that study findings, eggs from breeders aged 25, 32, 49 and 60 weeks can store up to 15 days without any pronounced effect into their hatchability traits. Now it's time to sum up the study findings. There is no interaction effect of breeder flock age and pre-incubational storage period on hatchability percentage of cob-finder broiler strain. Hatchability is significantly impacted by breeder flock age, and hatchability of fertile eggs decline as breeder hen age increased. Present research findings suggest that hatching eggs at different breeder ages require different management practices at the breeder farm as well as at the hatcheries. No significant effect noted pre-incubation and storage period up to 15 days from laying eggs on hatchability. Present studies suggest that further experiments are necessary to determine the interaction between prolonged storage with advancing the breeder hen age. I would like to acknowledge the management and staff of Nivantanis Farms Private Limited for their contribution and support of this work in the form of donation of animal material incubation facilities for the study. In references, these are the ground materials which I refer during the study. That brings
Now the presentation is open for the questions. Why did you select this particular breeder strain?
Yes, madam. In Nivantanis hatchery is a commercial industrial hatchery. Their main
What is that? What is this commercial hatchery?
Nivantanis breeder farm and hatcheries.
Yes.
Their main broiler strain is Cobb 500. They use as it is a fast-growing broiler chicken strain. So they use Cobb 500 broiler strain.
Is it an imported strain or a?
Yes, madam.
Imported strain.
Yes, madam.
So this particular breed strains, broiler strain is having performances in Sri Lanka also.
Yes, madam. It's from Netherlands.
Netherlands, maybe.
Yes,
but I'm asking now: is there anyone who did any research or any findings on this particular breeder strain is will performance in Sri Lanka also?
Yes, madam.
How long they have using this strain?
It's like 15 years.
15 years. Then long time. We don't have any problem. Any other questions from participants? So thank you very much, Ranavaka.
Thank you very much, madam.
Nice presentation. So now we will move to the next presentation by Roshni Fernando from University of Peradeniya. The presentation title is Study of the Effect of Different Pre-Washing Treatments on the Improvement of Quality and Shelf Life of Mechanical Debone Chicken Meat.
No wonder you all have tasted a burger, a sausage, or a nuggets. Do you know what is the common raw material for those processed meat and poultry products? That is mechanically deboned meat. With that, I would like to get into the topic, the effect of different pre-washing treatments on the improvement of the quality and shelf life of mechanically deboned chicken meat. I am Roshni Fernando. This is the content of my presentation. Mechanically deboned chicken meat or mechanically deboned poultry meat is produced from edible tissue on chicken bones by deboning or separation techniques, and the well-known factor is it's a low-cost poultry protein. After dressing, the poultry carcasses are passed through a mechanically deboner to retain any skeletal muscle still attached to the carcass frames. High pressure is used to force the remaining muscle and tissue through a series of sieves, resulting in a finely chopped batter-like product. which can be used in a number of wholesome poultry products. Generally, MDCM is high in protein, lipid, ash and calcium. Furthermore, it has free heme groups due to inclusion of bone marrow compared to fresh meat. Let's have a look on other properties of MDCM. Texture. Mechanically deboned meat has a paste-like texture which limits the manner in which it can be used. What about the pH? Mechanically deboned meat pH is normally higher than the manually deboned meat because the mechanically deboned meat included the red bone marrow, which pH range is 6.5 to 7. But pH of the manually deboned meat lies between 5.8 to 5.9 for breast and 6.2 to 6.3 for thigh. Water holding capacity. Due to its high pH, mechanically deboned meat has a higher water holding capacity than manually deboned meat. And also freezing decreases the water holding capacity of the mechanically deboned meat. Color. Color of meat is one of the most important factors affecting the consumer's decision to purchase fresh and processed meat products. Myoglobin is the predominant meat pigment and accounts for 80% of the meat pigments. Approximately 20% of the pigment in meat is hemoglobin. During mechanical deboning, high amounts of hemoglobin are obtained which release from bone marrow. Therefore, the color of MDM in an oxygen environment is bright red color due to oxymyoglobin. As you know, meat and meat products are extremely perishable because meat provides favorable growth conditions for various types of microorganisms. The risk increases during processing due to microbial growth associated with the release of nutrients and the spread of contaminants caused by the breakdown of muscle into small particles. Not only microbes, but also lipid oxidation deteriorate the quality of MDCM. As you know, lipid oxidation in meat causes serious problems that cause short shelf lives and loss of nutritional quality. MDCM is very susceptible to oxidative reaction because of the high lipid content in its composition. It affects the quality of meat products and gives rise to an unpleasant taste and odor. So, is there a way to reduce the lipid oxidation and to extend the storage life of MDCM? Answer is yes. Antioxidant can be used as an alternative for delaying lipid oxidation in mechanically separated meat. In here you can see some of the natural as well as the synthetic antioxidants. So, what are the properties of antioxidants? Antimicrobial activity, antioxidant capacity, as well as it contains active phytochemicals. Lipid oxidation is the major problem of meat spoilage and shelf life. Therefore, the control and minimization of lipid oxidation in meat and meat products is very important. It is of great interest to the food industry. The objective of this study was to determine the effectiveness of extracts of ginger, turmeric, lactic acid and phosphate wash in order to reduce lipid oxidation, improve meat quality and the shelf life of MDCM. Let's move on to the material and method section. Chicken parts to produce mechanically deboned chicken meat was obtained from the CIC poultry processing plant. Fresh turmeric and ginger were purchased from local market, while lactic acid and trisodium phosphate were obtained from the meat science lab. Laboratory analysis were carried out at the Meat Science Laboratory, Department of Animal Science, as well as the CIC poultry processing plant. This is the method adapted during the study. The solution contained 2% lactic acid, 8% phosphate, 25% ginger extract and 25% turmeric extract and water as the control treatment were used to pre-wash the chicken parts. Measured back and neck parts of poultry meat were dipped in those prepared solution for about 10 minutes and samples were left drained off for 5 minutes. Finally, the MDCM samples were prepared with the help of deboner. Afterwards, pH, color, water holding capacity, T-bars of each samples were measured. Total viable plate count and salmonella were carried out as microbiological tests. 3 replicates from each treatment were analyzed. Data were analyzed using the completely randomized design. Let's move on to the results and discussion part. Lipid oxidation is often determined by using a thiobarbutyric acid reactive substances index. In here, as you can see, T-bar's values of all the 5 treatment groups were increased throughout the storage period of 5 weeks. Samples produced lactic acid pre-wash showed comparatively lower lipid oxidation compared to other treatment groups in the 5th week. The next component is water holding capacity. This property is related to the weight loss and finally quality of the product in which the MDCM is used. As shown in the graph, the water holding capacity percentages of 5 treatment groups decreased throughout the storage period of 5 weeks. Samples produced by sodium phosphate showed comparatively higher water holding capacity. The reason might be that it contains phosphate ion. The lowest water holding capacity was obtained from lactic acid treatment at 5th week. With that, we will move on to the pH. This table shows the pH of MDCM after 3 days of storage. The MDCM produced with lactic acid and turmeric wash had lower pH values compared to other treatments. Although the high pH values favor for the water holding capacity, but it causes to increase the load of bacteria and get spoilage quickly. All the treatments are in line with the Sri Lankan standards. Color is an important factor for consumer acceptance of meat and its products. As shown, all the treatment groups, the values of L, A and B were affected by the free wash treatments after 3 days of storage. In general, as the storage days of MDCM increased, the L number increased, and as well as A and B values decreased. In here, highest A value and B value were from turmeric extraction treatment, but there is no significant differences between the control, lactic acid, trisodium phosphate, ginger extraction treatments for A value. For B values, there is no significant difference between the control and trisodium phosphate samples. The last not but least, microbiological analysis is one of the important factors affecting shelf life. According to the Turkish Food Codex, the total viable plate count content in MDCM should be lower than 5 times 10 to the power 6 colony forming unit per gram of sample. On day 0, compared to the control sample, the total viable plate count belonging in pre-wash treatments of lactic acid, trisodium phosphate, turmeric extraction, ginger extraction reduced by 8%, 6%, 4.5% and 2% respectively, indicating the antimicrobial effects of pre-wash treatments. Nevertheless, despite the pre-wash treatments applied, the total viable plate count have been increased in all samples during the storage. At the 5th week, the control sample showed the highest total viable plate count and lactic acid treated sample showed the lowest total viable plate count. No salmonella counts recorded in all the treatment groups and the control throughout of storage period. With that, I would like to conclude my findings. It shows that MDCM made from pre-washed with 2% lactic acid has better physicochemical properties when compared to other free-wash treatments and didn't cause a negative effect on T-bars. MDCM made from all the free-washed were effective in reducing the total viable plate count. Due to the time limitation, we had to limit the storage period for 5 weeks. However, I recommend to extend the storage time period and test for the quality parameters. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Now the presentation is open for the questions. What is the shelf life you identified as the best for MDCM samples?
Thank you very much, madam, for your question. Can you hear me, madam?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Actually, madam, in here, we didn't identify the shelf life, but based on the T-bars values, we just predict it extend the shelf life. But normally, when we consider about the storage temperature, if it is less than 4 degrees, we can kept it 24 hours. And as well as if it is 0 degrees, so we can keep it around 72 hours. When it goes to frozen level, like minus 18 degrees, we can keep it to 90 days. But mainly those mechanically deboned chicken meat used for the to produce the meat products or the processed products such as sausages. So in those products, mainly in Sri Lankan condition, the shelf life is around 6 months to 1 year. But in actually in Sri Lankan 1 year, but in European countries, the shelf life is around 6 years. 6 months, sorry, 6 months, madam. Thank you.
Why is that different? Why that one? How does it goes in Sri Lanka 1 year?
The reason is, madam, actually in Sri Lankan condition, in European condition, they are much more think about those parameters like microbial counts and other things. That's the reason, madam, because of there are regulations.
Or else, do they add more preservatives and the things? I mean the Sri Lanka, because the consumers are not much aware, as well as they are not going through those kind of parameters. Is that the reason? Are we adding more preservatives than the Europeans?
I want to emphasize that, madam, according to Sri Lankan standards, maybe there is a high upper ceiling level, but in the European, when you consider about European regulations, so there may be lower levels than comparing to Sri Lankan condition.
Generally, also we are a hot country, always deteriorating faster than those temperate other cooler countries. So generally also the condition is like that. Under this situation, that is why I ask, how can we keep for 1 year, even under refrigerated conditions? Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Roshini, for your studies.
Thank you very much.
I can continue it more further to find out.
Thank you very much, madam.
Shelf life and everything. Next, we will move into the next presentation. Influence of different levels of nitrogen fertilizer and irrigation on radish under increased temperature conditions by Kumar. RPD and Kumar from Open University of Sri Lanka.
Hello, I am RPT and Kumar. Today now I am going to present my abstract presentation. My topic is influence of different level of nitrogen fertilizer and irrigation on radish under increased temperature condition. This is the content of my presentation: introduction, problem and research justification, objectives, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion and references. Introduction. Radish is one of the highly consumable vegetable in Sri Lanka, and it is cultivated in many areas of the country due to its short growing periods. Fruit of the radish is used as edible portion and is consumed as salad or cooked vegetable. Environmental factors and nutrient availability to crop is vital to obtain high yield with optimum quality. Problem and research justification. Climate change represent abnormal climatic conditions that can affect agricultural production through their impact on temperature changes and water availability. In addition to that, the climate change will intensify the existing hunger and food insecurity problems, since it can greatly increase in the risk of crop failure and loss of livestock. In 2009, Kang and co-workers mentioned that crop productions will decrease in future due to increment of temperature and fluctuations of precipitation. and also 1970, Nishiyama mentioned that temperature and water stress are two factors which influence yield of radish as well as vegetable and reproductive stage of crops. In 2015, Zhang and co-workers mentioned that nutrient is vital for the productions in vegetable cultivation to ensure sufficient yield with optimum quality. And also nitrogen is one of the principal nutrient required for better growth and yield of plants. Nitrogen fertilizer affect length and girth of fruit, fresh weight of fruit, quality and quantity of leaves per plant. And also in 2016, Patel mentioned that nitrogen fertilizer is one of the nutrients required for radish cultivation, which lead to thick and wholesome root improvement. And also, nitrogen is very important for the plant to develop the ability to tolerate high temperature and water stress condition. Objectives. These studies carry out to identify the effect of temperature, various rate of nitrogen fertilizer and irrigation levels on growth and yield performances of radish. Methodology. A pot experiment was carried out during the year 2019 to 20 at the Open University of Sri Lanka, Naval Nukigota. The variety of beetle was used. Three-factor factorial experiment was carried out in complete randomized design with 3 replications. There are 3 types of factors: nitrogen fertilizer, irrigation levels, and temperature. There are 3 levels of nitrogen fertilizer: recommended level of nitrogen, 150% of recommended level of nitrogen, and 200% of recommended level of nitrogen. And there are 3 levels of irrigation: field capacity, and 150% of field capacity, and 200% of field capacity. There are 2 types of temperature was used: ambient temperature and increased temperature condition. One set of plant kept under net house, and other set of plant kept under polytunnel. The variations of temperature inside the polytunnel and the net house over 24 hours was observed, and the temperature inside the net house was always lower than the highest temperature given for the polytunnel. Further, relative humidity and light intensity inside the structure were measured daily, and there had been no significant differences. Polytunnel consists of top vent roof structure, and it facilitates the natural movement of air, and also in the automated temperature control unit was installed, and when the temperature inside the polytunnel increased than the maximum temperature set in the thermostat, the ventilation fan started to rotate until temperature reached to the set temperature. Growth parameters were measured once a week. Yield parameters were determined at the harvesting stage of radish. ANOVA was performed to test the variations among the treatment means by using the least significant difference at 0.05. Now I am going to discuss about the result and discussion part: growth parameters of radish, variations of plant height. According to the analyzed data, interactions effect of nitrogen, irrigation and temperature has significantly influenced on height of radish plant. Under ambient temperature condition, significantly highest plant height was shown in treatment which recommended level of nitrogen fertilizer with irrigator to field capacity level, which means N1 I1 under T2 condition, and also treatment with applications of 150% of recommended level of nitrogen with irrigator to field capacity and 150% of field capacity. It means treatments of N2I1 and N2I2 under T2 conditions were shown better performances as treatment of N2, I1 and T2 condition. Therefore, under ambient temperature conditions, increment of nitrogen fertilizer applications for the amount of irrigation than field capacity is not necessary. When we considering the under increased temperature condition, highest plant height was shown in treatment which applications of 150% of recommended level of nitrogen fertilizer with irrigator to field capacity and 150% of field capacity treatment. Therefore, at increased temperature conditions, applications of nitrogen fertilizer higher than the recommended level is beneficial. It can be justified according to the findings of Saad and co-workers in 2017. They reported that higher level of nitrogen application has the capability to assuage water stress and temperature stress in crops by sustaining metabolic activities. Number of leaves. Result of number of leaves also follows the same result of plant height. Treatment of 200% of recommended level of nitrogen fertilizer with irrigation treatments has resulted lower number of leaves at both temperature conditions. Under ambient temperature, applications of recommended amount of nitrogen with irrigated to field capacity has shown higher number of leaves. Therefore, under ambient temperature condition, recommended level of nitrogen has enough to obtain higher number of leaves, and it is contrast to the result under increased temperature conditions, because under increased temperature conditions, recommended level of nitrogen is not sufficient to obtain higher number of leaves. Leaf area. Leaf area is one of the most important parameter because it is influence on photosynthesis. According to the analyzed data, interactions effect of nitrogen, field capacity and temperature has significantly influenced on leaf area. Again, according to this graph, we can see it is not needed to increasing the amount of nitrogen beyond the recommended level of nitrogen under ambient temperature conditions. However, at increased temperature conditions, important to increase nitrogen level to get result as shown graph. So it is better to increase applications of nitrogen level as 150% of recommended level to obtain higher performances. Now I am going to talking about the yield parameters of radish, length of tuber. According to my analyzed data, interactions effect of nitrogen, field capacity and temperature has significantly influenced on length of tuber. Treatment with recommended level of nitrogen of irrigator to field capacity can be chosen as a better treatment to obtain tuber with higher length under ambient temperature condition. However, at increased temperature condition, radish should be applied with 150% of recommended nitrogen to obtain beneficial result. Fresh weight of tuber. According to the graph, at the ambient temperature conditions, with application recommended level of nitrogen fertilizer irrigated to field capacity has produced higher fresh weight, and under increased temperature condition, treatment with applied with 150% of nitrogen with recommended irrigated to field capacity and 150% of field capacity have given higher fresh weight. However, applications of 200% of recommended level of nitrogen fertilizer have shown negatively influenced on number of leaves of the ambient temperature as well as at the increased temperature condition. This might be due to toxic effect of higher nitrogen dosage to plant. Conclusion. The result of the study demonstrated that with the increase of nitrogen fertilizer application, the growth dynamic and yield of radish were increased at 150% of recommended nitrogen and then decreased gradually at the level of 200% of recommended level of nitrogen at increased temperature condition with the irrigated level of field capacity moisture of soil. Under ambient temperature condition, the recommended level of nitrogen fertilizer was enough to obtain higher yield while it produced lower yield under increased temperature conditions. However, 150% of nitrogen irrigated to field capacity can be mentioned as the better treatment to obtain higher yield under increased temperature condition. Conclusion. Applications of higher level of nitrogen than the recommended level is vital to improve growth and yield of radish under increased temperature conditions. When applied too much of nitrogen, resulted negatively impact on measured parameters of the radish. Therefore, applications of 150% of recommended level of nitrogen with irrigated to field capacity treatment can be suggested treatment under increased temperature conditions. When we considering the ambient temperature, recommended level of nitrogen fertilizer with irrigated to field capacity treatment can be suggested when we considering the result of the this study. These are the references, and thank you.
Now the presentation is open for the questions. Nuwan, now this radish is actually year-round production generally happen in Sri Lanka. Most of our crops are actually periodical, but radish is not like that. Year round you can have the production. So what made you to do this kind of study? Is there any specific identified importance of radish? As you know, my baby, sometimes there are some people they export, therefore the production they need high production like that. Did you identify any kind of specific importance or the urgent requirement of the radish? I have no idea about that. That is why I'm asking.
Okay. This is the part of my research, madam. My full research, I got the crops, radish, okra, and capsicum. And also I going to measure the nitrogen leachate. And therefore, according to the nitrogen leachate, yes, madam, we consider the depth of the leachate. So this is the root crops. Therefore, the other crops have more root growth areas and also radish short length. Therefore, I'll take that for the measuring the nitrogen leachate according to different type of root areas.
So now this what is the crop you have used here? Birlu rabu කියලා තියෙනවා, ඒකට දිග තියෙනවා. Which one
Yes,
you
ma'am.
used here for your experiment?
Birlu.
Rabu.
Yes, ma'am.
And another thing is now you have given equal attention to the leaf area growth as well as tuber growth.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, that question arises because how much, I don't know how much people prefer to eat this leaf area. Is there any identified value in this leaf area? Or just because of you applied this, that is why you measured the parameters in the leaf area, or because now Sri Lankans are very much prefer this tuber with little amount of leaves for the cooking purpose only, I'm telling. Sometimes I think I have heard some they produce like pickles like from the radish. Some used to do that, but most of they do not prefer to do any other productions as far as I know because of this specific order. Most of the people like that. Again, I want to ask you, is there any identified importance in that study? I mean to know the parameters after adding nitrogen fertilizer in the leaf area development also,
Actually, madam, I focused on the applications of nitrogen fertilizer amount. Therefore, it is directly influenced the leaf growth and other part of the crops. And also,
generally for tuber production, we use potassium. Now, for the movement of the nutrient inside the plant, the most important nutrient is the potassium, right? So for the tuber enlarging tuber and the large number of tubers, for all that, the more major nutrient that come into action is the potassium. Right? Why not potassium? Why did you add nitrogen?
Madam, actually, when we using nitrogen, it is important to plant growth, and also it is directly influenced to the photosynthesis. When we considering the two temperature conditions, there are two types: temperature stress conditions and ambient temperature conditions. When we increasing the temperature directly goes to the reductions of photosynthesis, and it means stop the activities of the stomata. So it is directly relationship between the plant leaf. So
you think it is fair enough to do for the radish? You did the fair enough experimentation. Okay, okay, Luan. My questions are finished. Now, is there anyone who is interested to ask questions from the center? So thank you very much, Nuwan.
Thank you, madam.
It's made me to think fresh about the radish, how about its performances also, because we are giving very less attention to this radish, especially this radish, because once we just shed the a small amount of seeds, you can see the plants coming out anywhere, any place, right? So thank you very much, Kumar, for your nice presentation. So then we will move to the last presentation of the session. This is on effect of superabsorbent polymers and different irrigation intervals on growth and yield of tomato under temperature stress conditions. Presentation is done will do by KGAI Rasanjali from Open University of Sri Lanka.
Hello, I'm KGR Rasanjali. I'm going to present my study on effect of superabsorbent polymer and different irrigation intervals on growth and yield of tomato under temperature stress condition. This is the content of my presentation. Introduction. Tomato is one of the most famous vegetable crop and it mainly consumed as fresh vegetable and provide a considerable amount of vitamin C and A. Tomato is cultivated in almost all parts of Sri Lanka and cultivation is done as an income generation source in many parts of the country. However, the average productivity of tomato in Sri Lanka is much lower than the world average production and it might be due to the various reasons. So among these reasons, climatic factors greatly influence on crop growth and yield. Research problem and justification. Global climatic variation happen rapidly due to various natural reasons as well as due to human activities, especially due to the industrialization and various activities related to various types of industry. These global climatic variations happen in a very rapid way. When we consider in the temperature variation, we can observe increasing trend of temperature in nowadays, and also most of the researchers now predicted by using various type of climatic prediction tool in future, temperature will be rise more than 2-3 Celsius than the normal average temperature. Not only temperature, we can observe a decreasing trend of precipitation also, and also intensity and frequency of droughts have increasing during recent time. Apart from that, we can observe increasing trend of consecutive dry periods and decreasing trend of consecutive wet periods. Increments of global temperature and drought periods impact crop cultivation. Temperature and water are some of the major factors influencing tomato cultivation, and high temperature and limited amount of water inhibit the growth and yield of tomato. As I earlier mentioned, these climatic adverse climatic variations cannot be eliminated totally. Only thing we can do is using some adaptation technology. Various type of countries use various type of adaptation technologies to mitigate the adverse effect of such conditions. Application of superabsorbent polymer is one of the modern technology which used to retain large quantities of water and release as required by the plant to improve the growth and yield with limited water supply under increased temperature condition. Superabsorbent polymers can be categorized into two main groups as inorganic superabsorbent and organic superabsorbent. So the special feature of the superabsorbent polymer is it has the ability to absorb large amount of water, and special fact of it is it can release absorb amount of water little by little to the plant when there is no more water available around the root zone. Objective, the aim of this study is to evaluate the effect of temperature condition, irrigation interval and superabsorbent polymers on growth and yield of tomato. Methodology. Pot experiment was conducted at the Open University and the variety thinner was used in this study which was currently recommended by Department of Agriculture. SIBA was the type of superabsorbent which used in this study. SIBA is a type of organic superabsorbent polymer and major component of it is cornstarch. By adding organic type of superabsorbent polymer, we can eliminate the harmful effect to the human health as well as to the environment, because with time, SIBA gradually decay into carbon dioxide, water and other components which are highly consumable by microorganisms. The experiments were arranged in a completely randomized design with 3 treatments and 3 replication. 3 treatments were used as temperature condition with 2 levels and irrigation interval with 3 levels and application of superabsorbent polymer with 2 levels, and these temperature conditions were selected based on the predictions of Addison's recirculation model. One set of plants kept at the polytunnel and other set of plants kept at ambient temperature condition. An automated temperature control unit was installed in there to maintain the temperature at selected levels. Apart from the temperature, the other factors which are greatly influence on the photosynthesis, such as relative humidity, light intensity, were measured daily. According to the observed data, there were no significant variation in observed data. Growth parameters were measured once per week and yield parameters were measured after harvested. All the data were analyzed using FAS 9.3 version. Results and discussion. According to the analyzed data, interaction effects of temperature, irrigation and application of superabsorbent polymer significantly influence on the variation of plant height, and also according to this graph we can clearly see application of superabsorbent polymer positively influence on plant height either at increased temperature or ambient temperature condition, and also on the treatment under increased temperature condition and which were not consistent with superabsorbent polymer resulted lower performances than the other treatment due to the adverse effect of increased temperature and water stress condition, because under increased temperature and water stress condition it resulted to reduce the number of stem cells, cell size, as well as directly influence to reduce the internode flame. So that's why treatment under increased temperature and water stress condition resulted lower plant height. Number of leaves. Interaction effects of these 3 factors significantly influence on number of leaves. According to this graph, you can clearly see application of superabsorbent positively influence either at the increased temperature or ambient temperature condition, and also when extending the irrigation interval up to from 3 days to 8 days, it resulted to reduce the number of leaves due to the water stress condition. Number of branches. Again, interaction effect of superabsorbent polymer, irrigation interval and temperature significantly influence on number of branches, and we can clearly see the treatment which not consisted with superabsorbent polymer under increased temperature condition resulted lower performances than the other treatment, and the treatment which consisted with superabsorbent polymer either at the ambient temperature or increased temperature condition resulted higher number of branches due to the positive influence of superabsorbent polymer to mitigate the temperature and water stress condition. Yield parameters of tomato. Yield is the one of the most important thing because yield is the income generation source for a farmer. According to the analyzed data, interaction effect of these factors significantly influence on fresh fruits per plant. Again, according to this graph, you can clearly see application of superabsorbent polymer positively influence on fresh fruits per plant under ambient temperature condition as well as under increased temperature condition. Treatment with superabsorbent polymer 3 days irrigation interval under ambient temperature condition has resulted the highest fresh fruits per plant. However, it has not significantly different from the treatment with superabsorbent polymer 5 days irrigation interval and 8 days irrigation interval under ambient temperature condition, and the treatment with superabsorbent polymer 3 days irrigation interval and 5 days irrigation interval under increased temperature condition. Fresh weight of fruits per plant. Interaction of these 3 factors significantly influence on fresh weight of fruits per plant. Again, you can clearly see application of superabsorbent polymer create positive response on fresh weight of fruits per plants because of its ability to mitigate the temperature and water stress condition. Treatment with superabsorbent polymer 3 days irrigation interval give the highest yield under ambient temperature condition. However, it has not significantly different from the treatment with superabsorbent polymer 5 days irrigation interval treatment and 8 days irrigation interval treatment, and also the treatment with superabsorbent polymer 3 days irrigation interval and 5 days irrigation interval treatment. Treatment which not consisted with superabsorbent polymer and 8 days irrigation interval under increased temperature condition resulted the lowest yield, because we know under temperature and water stress condition it resulted to lipid peroxidization. Lipid peroxidization greatly influenced the reduced chlorophyll content. Chlorophyll is the one of the major components for photosynthesis. When chlorophyll content is reduced, it directly influenced the reduced photosynthesis rate. Reduction of photosynthesis rate directly influenced the reduced yield. So that's why treatment under increased temperature condition and extended irrigation interval resulted lower fresh weight of fruits per plant. Conclusion: application of superabsorbent positively increase the growth and yield attribute of tomato, and all the treatment with superabsorbent give greater performances than the treatment which were not consistent with superabsorbent polymer, and extending the irrigation interval resulted to reduce the plant performances due to the unavailability of enough water to plant. An application of superabsorbent with 3 days irrigation interval was the best treatment to obtain the highest yield. However, considering the cost effectiveness and the significant difference among the treatment, finally we can conclude that treatment superabsorbent polymer with irrigated to 8 days irrigation interval as the better treatment under ambient temperature, and the treatment with superabsorbent polymer irrigated to 5 days irrigation interval under increased temperature condition. Therefore, finally we can summarize: under ambient temperature condition we can extend the irrigation interval up to 8 days by applying superabsorbent polymer, and under increased temperature condition we can extend irrigation interval up to 5 days by applying superabsorbent polymer. So this is the end of my presentation, and this is the references, and thank you for listening to me.
Now the presentation is open for the questions. Iresha, I would like to ask you 3 questions from the content you have introduced here. Now you said the superabsorbent polymer gave you good results.
Yes,
for the tomato plants, we have obtained good results. I would like to know, did you use any specific medium, potting medium?
No, madam. No, madam. In this research,
shall I ask 3 questions together? Then you can
okay, madam.
Answer one by one, right? So, did you use any specific medium together with the SAP to get this kind of good performances? Second, what is the method, or how did you add this superabsorbent polymer to the medium or the plant to give these results? Then the third is how long you observe retaining this SAP in the soil, or I mean now there is a duration for the tomato, it's a lifetime. The total lifetime will cover by this polymer, or maybe halfway, or what kind of retention time period you observed or you experienced to give these results for the tomato, for real performances to the tomato. Those are the 3 questions I want to ask from you. You can answer me one by one.
Okay, madam. The first answer for the first question. In this study, I've not used any specific media. I've used reddish brown nut soil, which is highly available in Sri Lanka, and as well as it has a good water holding capacity. So, and also in most of the dry zones of Sri Lanka, reddish brown is available, because in my study, I mainly focuses on water stress and temperature stress condition. These water stress and temperature stress conditions are more predominant in dry zones in Sri Lanka. So in dry zones, reddish brown soil is mostly available. So that's why I've used reddish brown nut soil in my study. The second part is
Iresha, I will interrupt you here, though I will not allow you to do so. Now, did you add any fertilizer to this setup?
Yes, madam. Normally
foliar or general normal fertilizer?
Normal recommended government, normal department recommended fertilizer we use as recommendation of the Department of Agriculture. The tomato.
Qualifications you have added, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then second.
The way of mixing super absorbent polymer is at the initial state when I fill the pot, the soil. When I prepare my soil, I remove the gravels and other plant debris, and one by one, when I fill one by one, each pot is filled with soil and 2 grams of super absorbent polymer. So
you mix it up into the whole medium.
Yes, madam.
Not to the root zone.
No, madam. It means at not into the deep, at the middle
Surface
section.
area.
Yes.
About to how what is the depth generally?
Normally 10 to 15 centimeters.
Right. Then third.
Third one is the duration of superabsorbent polymer. Normally there are 2 types, as inorganic and organic. In my study, I've used organic type of superabsorbent polymer. So comparing the durability of inorganic and organic superabsorbent polymer, the durability is higher in inorganic one. So in ZEBA, normally according to the in company information, normally its life span is 4 to 5 months. So when considering the lifespan of tomato, within 5-6 months we can obtain yield. So within the more growth period, we can achieve the highest performance of super absorbent polymer.
Did you experience any kind of degradation? Should be any organic, because it's organic. There should be some degradation of the added amount.
Yes, madam. According to the previous researches done by various type of researchers, they found that with time, gradually superabsorbent polymer, especially organic type of superabsorbent polymer, break down to carbon dioxide, water, and other parts of components which are highly consumable by microorganisms.
Right. So did you experience any kind of lower the yield also with this degradation? You haven't measured it here. I mean, when the superabsorbent polymer degrades, the water retention capacity also degrades.
Yes.
So do you experience any kind of effects on that lowering of the amount of water in the superabsorbent polymer on the yield of the tomato? You haven't?
No, madam. Not. No.
All right. Okay. That's all. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, Resha, thank you very much for your impressive presentation.
Thank you.
So with that last presentation today, we are going to wind up the last session of the theme agriculture. Here actually we went through 6 presentations. The first one is on the chemical constitutions in the physiological stages of Ceylon cinnamon. Actually, they have found that the flushing stages are the better for obtaining the yield. And then the second one is an assessment of the agricultural drought vulnerability using remote sensing techniques. According to that findings, more than 45% of the studied area under agricultural drought vulnerability zone during both cultivations. So the remedies were given to mitigate that problem. And the third presentation is on effect of pre-incubation storage period and flock age on hatchability of eggs on broiler strain. It says that no interaction effect of broiler flocks age and storage period on hatchability percentage of the particular strain. And the fourth is on the effect of different pre-washing treatments on the improvement of the quality and shelf life of mechanically deborn chicken meat. And as per their findings, 2% lactic acid could be successfully used to improve the quality and shelf life of the mechanically deboned chicken meat. And then influence, the next fifth presentation was on influence of different levels of nitrogen fertilizer and irrigation on radish under increased temperature conditions. And by applying nitrogen fertilizer, they have that research team has obtained more than 50% of the yield increase in both leaf and the tuber yield. And the last presentation is effect of superabsorbent polymers and different irrigation intervals on growth and yield of tomato under temperature stress conditions. And as per their findings is superabsorbent polymers positively increase the growth and yield of tomato either at ambient temperature or increase under increased temperature conditions. So we went through an impressive as well as informative the presentations and new knowledge we gathered. Thank you very much for all the presenters who presented here and the audience who participated here. With that vast knowledge we gathered here, now we are going to wind up the agriculture session, first session. So thank you very much for the presenters as well as the audience, the participants who came here to share the knowledge here through Zoom in this invaluable occasion of the hours 2021. So now I'm going to wind up the session. Thank you very much for all of you.